All right. Well, good morning, all. It is Tuesday, April the 13th. I'd like to bring this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. I'd like to start by reminding everybody that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. First of all, I'd like to ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Swanson, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Looking for review of the council meeting minutes from March the 23rd of 2021 and a motion to adopt the meeting minutes if there's no errors or omissions. Councillor Duncan, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. That then takes us to our delegation. This is going to be through a virtual process. So I'm looking for authorization for Victor Benz from Alberta Fish and Game Association as a delegate to participate in Council's April 13th, 2021 regular meeting via electronic communications. Councillor Lougheed, those in favor? That is carried. That being said, we then have online, we have Victor Benz. We'll start by introductions of our council, Mr. Benz, and then we will turn it over to you for about 10 minutes to provide your presentation to us. We will start with Councillor Duncan.
Good morning, Jim Duncan, Councillor for Division 1.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3.
Good morning, John Vandermeer, Councillor, Division 4.
Good morning, Teresa Lang, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Tim Hoven, Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7.
Go ahead, I'm Cammie Laird.
Good morning, Mr. Benz. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Victor. Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Mr. Benz. I'm Cammie Laird. I'm the Councillor for Division 2 and Reeve, and we'd like to turn the floor over to yourself for your presentation for the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Reeve. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on our land use bylaw amendment application to create a new land use district around the headwater springs of the North Raven River. Last time we met on December 8th, this council agreed with the Planning and Development Department that staff were unable to properly evaluate this application and passed a motion directing the Planning and Development Department to approach Alberta Environment and Parks and inquire for their professional opinion on the quality of the data provided by the AFGA and whether it was sufficient to justify the proposed amendment. Mr. Todd Assen, designated director under EPA and the Water Act, replied to the county's request with a letter dated March 11th, 2021, and declined to provide input to this matter. However, he did suggest that Clearwater County may wish to consider asking another consultant to do a peer review of the supporting document provided by the AFGA if the county does not have the internal capacity to review the document. I'm here today to state that the Alberta Fish and Game Association completely supports Mr. Assen's recommendation. I therefore encourage Clearwater County to direct the Planning and Development Department to hire a registered, competent hydrogeologic consultancy that is not currently involved in aggregate extraction within the county to conduct a peer review assessment of the supporting documents provided by the Alberta Fish and Game Association to determine whether it is sufficient to justify the proposed bylaw amendment. Thank you again for the opportunity, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Benz. Does anybody have any questions or comments for him at this time? Councillor Hoven?
Victor, just a question for you. What differences are there in the proposed North Raven River Buffer District Zone from an ag district? What were you proposing exactly?
What we were proposing was adding a small section that specifically put extra restrictions and requirements on any below water table development. Other than that, it would be identical to an agricultural district, which it is currently designated as.
So all the landowners who would be in that district would have the exact same rights to do whatever they want in their land except below water table extraction of gravel?
We would be concerned with any below water table development, not just potentially gravel extractions. We recognize that every landowner in that area has a right to put in dugouts, and certainly we support that. There's no issue with that. But there are other types of below water table developments, hypothetically, that we would be concerned with, such as, for example, sewage lagoons or things like that.
Could you repeat that? Such
Sewage
as?
lagoons.
Okay.
Such as sewage lagoons. Because the water table in that area is so very, very close to the surface of the land, at times only 20 centimeters below ground level, it is almost impossible in certain places to do anything below the ground without affecting that. So we're looking primarily from a perspective of anything that would require a development permit that might impact that aquifer.
So could you also just refresh our memories about why the Alberta Fish and Game Association believes that this North Raven River area is very ecologically sensitive and important to the ecological well-being of our community?
This is the largest white zone spring-fed river in Alberta. There has been tremendous effort over the last 50 years, encompassing thousands of volunteer hours and in excess of $10 million actual investment within the county to rehabilitate this stream to its current condition. It is worldwide recognized as one of the premier trout fisheries in Alberta. And we have created a corridor along it through involvement with the ACA, land use agreements with a majority of the landowners along that river to enhance the wildlife corridor. There are animals and other wildlife in the area that really only inhabits this particular wildlife corridor. We do think that that combination of activities and what has been created to date makes it a particularly special place that deserves protection and attention.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
All right. Councillors Duncan and then Swanson.
Further to Councillor Hoven's questions, what would the major effects be potentially from gravel extraction below the water table? Is it a rise in temperature or a loss of flow or something else?
We have a number of concerns with particularly gravel extraction. First off, below water table gravel extraction requires, at least as a minimum temporarily, the creation of a lake. That lake will do two things. It will warm the water, and it will also oxygenate the water. Generally speaking, most aquifers are oxygen deficient. With the addition of oxygen and the raising of the temperature, we are quite concerned that we may mobilize specific chemical compounds that currently are captured in the sediments of the aquifer and cause them to move. The one of greatest concern at the moment, but certainly not the only one, is chromium. This is a concern because the chromium in the North Raven River is just below the limit for safe aquatic life. And of course, many of the landowners in the area rely on the same aquifer for their well water. Other major concerns is a potential rerouting of the springs of the North Raven River. At the moment, the four major springs are part of property that is co-owned by Trout Unlimited Canada, the Alberta Conservation Association, and the AFGA. If it is certainly a possibility that a development this close to those springs could reroute the springs and cause them to appear elsewhere. And that's undesirable from our perspective, since we intentionally purchased those two properties, the Stainbrook Springs property and the Levitt property, to protect those headwater springs.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Actually, some of my answers to my question just came through your explanation, and then I was just going to ask you in regards to your $10 million investment. Was that purely just in regards to land purchases and in the area and the studies that you have performed? Could you is that
$10
my
million,
correct?
sorry for the interruption.
It's okay.
The $10 million consists of a number of different components. Some of it is land purchases. Some of it is development in the area, purchasing and using heavy equipment for improving the corridor itself. At one point, the ACA actually ran a fencing crew along the river to ensure that the barrier, the buffer zone, would not be trampled by cattle and degrade the river development, for example. So it's a combination of a number of different things. I can't really say at the moment, without looking into my records, exactly which component was the biggest, but it's safe to say that it's been a number of different things, and it has been over the entire rehabilitation period that started in the very early 70s with the first buck for wildlife development.
Any other questions or comments? I don't see any at this point. Mr. Benz, thank you very much for giving us another opportunity to have a discussion about this and ask you the questions and gain some additional clarity around some of the issues for sure. So again, thank you very much for providing us with that information with your presentation.
Thank you.
So just looking for someone to, a motion that we would receive this information from Alberta Fish and Game Association delegation as presented. Councillor Duncan? Do you have a? No, I was going to. Oh, okay. Those in favor? That is carried. That takes us to 5.1, proposed bylaw 110320 for application number 0420 to amend the land use bylaw number 71401. Mr. Reyes,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Council.
good morning.
First of all, maybe I would like to clarify that the planning department was capable and able to assess the application. The challenge that we were facing is that we don't have site-specific environmental studies for that particular area. The information provided by the Fish and Game Association was based on studies done in Washington State. So we were able and capable of assessing the application. With that, as you know, we have this bylaw. Council considered this bylaw last December and tabled first reading and adopted the following motion. Council requested that Planning and Development approach Alberta Environment and Parks and ask for their professional opinion on the quality of data provided by Alberta Fish and Game Association and whether it is sufficient to justify the bylaw amendment. So administration then referred the document that was provided by Fish and Game Association called the North Raven River a World-Class Treasure. And so we asked for comments, and a response letter was received by the Planning Department on March 11th of this year, indicating that they don't provide comments to municipalities on land use issues. This to avoid any conflict of interest. So based on this response, administration is now asking council for direction as to how we're going to proceed with this application. In the report in front of you, we have indicated or highlighted some potential options for council. One is that council proceeds with first reading of the bylaw. This action would allow the opportunity to gather more input from the community and relevant agencies with the possibility of proceeding to a public hearing. The second option is to defeat the proposed bylaw. This action would allow the applicant to prepare the studies that we're trying to get, site-specific environmental studies, and also to get consensus from all the affected property owners. And the final option is that council direct administration to engage a third-party consultant to review the document. This action could create a precedent where future planning applications, the county will be asked to do those studies for private developers. And also a peer review could also direct the county to proceed with a specific environmental studies which will have budget implications. That's my presentation, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. So we have three options before us. Any comments or questions? Councillor Lang.
Yeah, Jose, I have a question. If council selected the third option to engage a third-party consultant, do you have any idea what the cost would be?
It will be in the thousands of dollars.
Thousands?
Maybe 5,000 to 10,000 for a peer review, but that will also open the door for site-specific studies.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
Do we currently have any applications before MPC or planning for a wet pit in this area?
No, we don't, Councillor.
And in the past, some of these applications have come forward, but they've always been denied, or at least they've been approved only for a dry pit. Is that correct on this?
We do have some wet gravel extractions.
In that area?
Not in that area, but in the county.
In the county, but not in this, in the proposed land use area?
That's right.
Okay.
Right. Other questions or comments? Councillor Hoven.
The question for me is, not just if this council wants to protect this ecologically sensitive area, but the question is, do the residents of Clearwater County want to protect this ecological area? It is sensitive, we know that. There are risks with any development, and I think we should move first reading and vote on that, and that would open up that discussion with our residents, whether or not they want to protect the area.
All right. Other thoughts? Councillor Duncan?
I tend to agree, we need to have that discussion with residents and can make these considerations. I'm probably more in favor of doing that though with the overall review of the land use bylaw when that happens, which, you know, it could be probably at least 1 to 2 years down the road because our, you know, MDP has to be finished first. Gives us more time too or for more information to come forward on this and people to be more aware of it. It's a complicated issue here, but I didn't want to delay it if there were a bunch of impending decisions to be made on gravel pits in the area, just because that would delay, or that would, it kind of forces us to make a decision there. But at this point, I think I would rather see it done with an overall review of the land use bylaw and our MDP.
So does that mean you're looking at option number 2, Councillor Duncan?
Yes. And it could be brought back then as a new application or part of the new land use bylaw review.
Councillor Hoven?
I would then move first reading of bylaw 1103/20.
All right. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Just for a point of clarity, option number 1 was presented to council for consideration. The bylaw is not attached to this agenda, so
Okay.
if that is the wishes of council, it would come back at a future council meeting for that.
Well, I move it back to a future council meeting.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none? Those in favor? Any opposed? And we do have one abstaining. So that is carried. That brings us to 5.2, consideration of second reading of bylaw 1083. Before we begin, I have a couple duties. As chair, I'm going to reconvene the public hearing for bylaw 1083-20. Due to technical challenge of the public hearing on February the 11th of 20, I am now closing the public hearing. So public hearing for bylaw 1083-20 is now closed as of April 13th, 2021 at 9:23. That then allows us to continue on with the discussion with regard to the consideration of second reading of the bylaw. And we'll have planning and development staff walk us through it. Ms. Gillum?
Good morning. So I thought I would present before that happened, but that's okay. I think we all kind of know what's happening here, but at the regular council meeting held on February 11th, 2020, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1083-20. And then on May 12th, county council held a public hearing for the bylaw. And staff proposed to council to rescind and replace land use bylaw 71401 and all amendments. The new bylaw was intended to consolidate all land use amendment bylaws adopted since 2001 into one bylaw, as well as correct typographical error, spelling, grammar, update and expand definitions, update maps and land use districts, and add new definitions and related to previously adopted land use amendments. By rescinding and replacing bylaw 71401 with bylaw 1083-20, land use regulations would be more clearly defined and simplified. The public hearing was held by electronic means, and then there were some difficulties with the audio communication in the Zoom meeting. At that time, council recessed the meeting until it could be either in person or when the technical difficulties could be addressed. So following that, there was a motion to table second and third reading of the bylaw. So staff is now bringing the item back to council. The land use bylaw will require amendments following the review and any changes to the municipal development plan that are currently in process. At this time, staff believes it would be more efficient to cancel bylaw 108320 and address changes to the land use bylaw at a later date after the municipal development plan review is completed. Therefore, staff is recommending that council close the public hearing, and then following that, we are recommending that council defeat second reading to cancel the bylaw. Any question?
All right. I beat you to the punch.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
yeah, that's okay.
All right. Other comments? Councillor Swanson.
Then I'll just make a motion to, for second reading.
All right. Any other comments? To grant second reading, calling the motion, those in favor? That is 0. Those opposed? To 7. It is defeated. For me, I recognize that we are also working through a process with the municipal development plan, and at the moment, it just seems like the order's a little bit out, so that would be why I have voted against that. If anybody else would like to comment, I'm more than happy to hear it. That then takes us to 5.3. Municipal Development Plan Review.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you're aware, over the last several months, staff and the Director of Planning for Parkland Community Planning Services met with the Municipal Development Plan Committee, which is council, on a regular basis. These discussions took place to review potential changes to the MDP and also to provide guidance to administration regarding the level of public engagement. Following written submissions from the public, as well as 8 virtual open houses, the committee met on March 12th of this year and decided to pause the MDP review process until such time as in-person meetings or in-person open houses could be held. Staff recommends that this report be received as information.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions or comments? I always feel a little bit like an owl checking both sides. Councillor Swanson?
Yes, although we had, I guess I want to just provide comment in regards that since our committee of the whole in this committee, and through the going over the public feedback and the changes that were proposed, I've had subsequent phone calls from ratepayers that are very upset in the fact that we are pressing the pause button on this. But the feedback that I have been getting is the fact that they have been following the process right from day one. And they have been following not only through our live stream meetings and through the dedicated newsletter that planning put together last summer. Very well done with these changes. So although COVID has been changed our public engagement to the online, they feel that as a silent majority that they were all in favor, even though they may not have participated. I know I questioned them. They said that they participated on one Zoom meeting and that they were also provided their written feedback. But they feel like this, by allowing or by postponing this has endangered their livelihoods and to pursue other things. And I'm talking specifically about the subdivision end of it that they were upset about. So I guess I just want to voice the fact that I recognize that there are some people that would like to have the face-to-face conversation, but at the same time, there's a lot of people that do not want to have that face-to-face conversation and want this council to recognize that there is a quiet majority that are supportive in the changes that we were proposing. So I just want to recognize them publicly that, you know, this council has heard them, and that going forward, I would hope that we can do this sooner than later, but recognizing that there's a probability new faces around this council come October, that this process could then be delayed again. So until 2022, or in that regards later. So anyways, I just wanted to provide comment.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I generally agree with Councillor Swanson. As she said, most of the controversy on the MDP review has been around the subdivisions. There has been, which is, you know, only a part of the MDP. The rest has been largely some comments, good comments, and we've made some proposed changes there as well. I think there's, as a council, we're generally always searching for a bit of middle ground to try and make things work for everyone out there as best as possible. You know, recognizing the value of agriculture, but also realizing that if we need to grow, we need to have some place for people to live and to have their families stay in the area as well. I think we can find that through this and through the land use bylaw once we get down to that side. So I'm certainly in favor of continuing with this process and trying to get it completed before the fall. And I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Any other comments? Councillor Lang.
So I was in favor of postponing it, and in many ways I still am. However, the recommendations up there, the process of pending completion of in-person public engagement, we do not know when we will be able to open up for in-person public engagement. We're going into the third wave of COVID. All these variants are coming out. This may go on for years. So I'm actually starting to question if our decision to postpone it was a wise one or not. At that time, we were not able to see where we were going with COVID, and it looked like we were maybe going into the downswing of the virus, but it may be resurging for years to come.
Other questions, comments that anybody'd like to make? I will say that I've had phone calls on both sides of this, on the need for additional public input. For those who have difficulty with the connectivity side of things, we recognize that we certainly have challenges there. I've also had calls with, you know, just folks who are not as familiar with doing virtual meetings, and they're looking for that in-person meeting, and I can appreciate where they're coming from. And also had the calls about making sure that, you know, we recognize the value of our ag land, and as my area is mostly ag producers, I can appreciate where they're coming from. And finally, I also have had the calls with regard to the silent majority that wants to see this move forward. When we last talked about this on March the 12th, I think that this council was optimistically hopeful that COVID-19 would allow us an opportunity sooner rather than later to have the in-person meetings to allow this process to continue to move forward. Unfortunately, that pendulum has moved in the opposite direction of our wishes. So that then leaves us with the discussion and the decision of where do we go from here? Do we still want to, as this indicates, postpone this? until a much later date? Or do we want to find another way forward with maybe another additional round of some sort of public input, even though it's virtual, and saying, this is the last round, I'm not sure? Are those options even available to us? And perhaps that warrants some further discussion so that we can keep moving this forward. Recognizing we continue to be trying to work with a health pandemic that none of us have any idea how this map works. Other thoughts or comments? Councillor Duncan.
Could staff perhaps refresh us on the plan for the next draft? There would be some sort of a public review of it as well?
I can speak to that part. Yeah, so if we were to move on to the next stage, like as planned, or if we were continuing with the process, the next plan would be to, I mean, we still have to get together with council to finish our discussion. We haven't done that from the previous comments. And then from that, we would kind of come up with a new draft, I guess, with the changes that you may want to see based on that feedback we received. And then we would come to council at that point doing a first reading. And then, so the next round of review would be between that first reading and the public hearing, and submitting letters that way, or attending a public hearing for input. And then you could make additional changes after that prior to the second and third reading of the bylaw. That was the intended process anyways.
Other thoughts or comments?
Just
supplemental?
so basically I'm hearing from that then that the public hearing would be after first reading would be the way the public could have more input into this, which likely virtual because of, the size of council chambers, but unless it could possibly be held in another hall or something. So depending on timing and COVID, et cetera. So I just want to be clear that I think that, moving forward, I'm still in favor of that, but we would have there's still additional written or in person, or not in person, but in verbal comments from the public, either in the public hearing process or at any time during, as we can do the considerations between first and second and third readings.
Go ahead.
If I may too, that was just the proposed process. So if council wished, or, again, if we do delay obviously we would kind of basically do the in-person open houses as an additional form of the consultation that we did in January and February prior to coming to council, if you were wanting to have the in-person open houses. If we go with that process, it would be prior to the first reading, and then kind of get more feedback before we make that next draft, essentially.
Could you, with all of the restrictions we have around COVID right now, what would that in-person open houses look like?
Yeah, and that part is challenging right now to know if it'd be very difficult to do. Come summer, like maybe we could do something outside and be like, all day you can drop in and just have boards out in the parking lot or something, but I'm not sure exactly how that would work. Like, we'd have to be spaced out, and obviously if it's outside and if there's a lot of people, then we might have a big line somewhere of, because we would be able to have big groups of people kind of standing in front of boards. So we'd have to have people to manage that, but that would kind of be the only realistic way to do it in the near future, I think.
Just to add to that, if I could,
Please.
we also talked about having focus groups, small focus groups in small settings, by invitation or by, that was another option that we discussed with the committee.
Possibly having a registration or something and having limited numbers attend, but that would really limit the people that could participate.
What are your wishes? Councillor Swanson?
I guess I would like this council to be fluid in this, and if there's a possibility of AHS lifting the restrictions in regards to indoor gatherings, because you can never know about the weather as far as outside. I guess that's where I'm like going, okay, there's that snowstorm again. But anyway, for me, it's, if there's a possibility to have, continue the dialogue through public engagement and through HS, smaller groups, I would like to continue to proceed. We've come so far, I would hate to take 5 steps back.
So is there support to have some continued dialogue? And if so, Councillor Swanson, did you have a timeline that you were thinking about? Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I
That's
guess I
okay.
am.
Again, to me, we have to be fluid with AHS. Much like planning and development puts out your 2-week notices on multiple things, I think that's how it's gotta be. It's a 2-week notice, we're having this and an opportunity and going forward. I'm sorry to dump that on planning because we have to work around your schedule along with anything else, but to me, that is the best. And if we can start, here we are in the middle of April, if we can start with something in a month from now, because I'm assuming that this lockdown, who knows? Mid-May through to mid-July, I don't know. And how many of these people are gonna be participating in? The minute we start it, will there be more further restrictions? I mean, we can't predict what our provincial government is going to be doing in the future. But hey, I'm open to everybody's opinion on this.
Other thoughts or comments? Councillor Duncan?
We have a plan that we were following to complete this. It's been delayed somewhat already. As staff have indicated, we do need to get back together again to continue that process. I think there's opportunity at that time, and being cognizant of how COVID is developing, we can probably make those decisions in the next month or so as to how we can proceed. We heard from a great number of people that there's very few times of the year that public open houses work for a lot of people. So there's those considerations as well. But I think if we just maybe start the plan again and start moving forward, I think through our workshops with staff, we can move this forward and start to define our public engagement process, whether that's going to be through the public hearings and or other public engagement or virtual engagement.
So
we have a great many other projects we're going to have to work into our schedules as well too. So I don't foresee this staying on that original schedule. I think, if we resume the schedule, we're probably still going to see some delays in this before we can achieve the whole MDP review, whether that's, due to staff constraints or council constraints.
So what I'm hearing is we're still going to continue to move forward with the plan, but it's going to have to be fluid to accommodate the restrictions that COVID-19 is delivering. Did I understand that correctly, Councillor Duncan?
Yes, and that I think once we get back into the plan, we can make a better decision on whether or not we're going to be able to hold public in-person open houses or not, and if we can, at what sort of format they might be. I think that option is, like Councillor Swanson says, we have to be fluid and hope that option is open to us. It may or may not be, or it may be open in somewhat of a reduced form, and we will have to make that decision whether we would carry forward with that reduced form of in-person consultation, or we're just going to do something else, which could ultimately be a pause as well. So as we move through the process, we always have opportunity after first and second and third reading to pause or stop or table anything.
So I'm formulating, I guess, in my mind what that motion would look like to continue with the MDP review. And go ahead, thank you. Tracy Lynn.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. The motion before council is to postpone the MDP review. If that motion is defeated, the Municipal Development Plan Review Steering Committee will then just continue with the process as per the terms of reference.
Thank you for the clarification. Rather than trying to build a new motion on the fly, that will work much better. Councillor Hoven.
My only concern with defeating this motion is I wonder whether or not this organization, Clearwater County, has the organizational capacity to go through with the MDP review at this time. As everyone knows, Mr. Emmons is retiring at the end of this week, and his retirement creates a big vacuum in the leadership for the administration. And that is not a slight to any other members of this organization. But to keep a fluid, to have the flexibility to have a fluid moving forward of the MDP in uncertain times is going to require a lot of leadership at the administration level to keep things going smoothly between the council, administration, and the residents. And as we are a minimum of, there will be a transition as we go from our current CAO to the next permanent CAO. I do not think it is a proper time to have a major document going forward of this complexity. So I'm voting in favor of postponing the MDP review.
So before we go to Mr. Emmons, I would imagine with your leadership, you would not have left us without having made sure that we had a positive path forward, Mr. Emmons.
Well, thank you both for all of that. But definitely between Kim and Jose and our contracted services of Craig Teal, I would suggest that they have 100% of my confidence in their ability to bring this forward. My involvement is negligible on this file. It truly is in planning's hands, and their organizational skills have brought us this far. The only thing I would bring forward is not the capability, but the timing. With the postponement, I just want to bring it up to council's attention that this is crowding an election, and if council is concerned whether or not some of these items could become an election issue, I think is a different conversation, a political one, if you will. The ability for administration to bring it through, I have the utmost confidence that that's achievable.
I would suggest to you and my fellow councillors, it already is. Certainly those conversations are certainly happening in our community. And I guess that then brings it to your level of comfort as we continue through the process or not. So just looking to see who would like to make the motion that we see before us. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
I'll make that motion.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor of postponement? That is 3. Those opposed? That is 4. So it's defeated. Effectively, for those listening, that means we're going to slowly but surely continue to move forward. That takes us to 5.4. Competitive land analysis for industrial properties in Clearwater County. Mr. Pratt.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
I bring to you this morning a competitive land analysis that was done by teaming up with CAPE, Central Alberta Economic Partnership, and McSweeney Associates. We were able to do this in part because CAPE received a grant and we received a greatly reduced fee by doing it in partnership with them. And I believe us, along with approximately a dozen other municipalities in the Cape region were able to perform this analysis. The goal of the competitive land analysis was to take a look at industrial properties in our municipality, so it doesn't include the county-owned industrial properties in Caroline. It is specific to within our county. Basically look at the services and all of our documentation and regulations concerning our industrial land. I won't go into detail on the whole report. I'll try to go through some of the highlights. Unless council has specific questions as we go through. But really, in the end, what this analysis says is that we don't have a lot of industrial land. And we only actually have three industrial park locations. One is the Padurni subdivision or Gateway subdivision, the new Metal Dog subdivision near the airport, and then the Nordegg subdivision. And the Padurni's or Gateway one is full and does not have any properties for sale. There are a few for lease, but none for sale. Metal Dog is the most recent. They only came online about 1.5 to 2 years ago for sale. They do have properties for sale, but right now they are mostly leased with the activity going on with TC Energy. If anybody's had the opportunity to drive out there to see the miles of pipeline is stacked up there, it's pretty impressive. And then the Nordegg subdivision, which is of course specific to the Nordegg area. Considering the amount of industrial activity that we have in our county, having only those number of properties for industrial park land is actually quite surprising and limiting. As a metaphor, and I thought far too long on this, I would compare it to wanting to go car shopping and you only have one dealer and that dealer only offers an F-150 and a Ford Ranger and there's no other options. And that's sort of our land comparison here for industrial land available in Clearwater County. We just don't have anything that is buyer ready. In the report, it does go through and describe what is shovel-ready land. Shovel-ready land is land that is already zoned and is for sale and is developable, which means that people, businesses, investors would be able to come forward, buy the land and be building on it fairly quickly, rather than having to go through a lengthy zoning process, because the zoning's already been done. The report goes through all of our regulatory bylaws and paperwork, and actually is quite complementary in how most of our strategies line up, which is nice. The one thing, and it's something that the planning department is already reviewing, is that in land that is zoned industrial currently, we then have one or two uses that say you can go ahead and use it, and then we have a lengthy list of discretionary uses, which means you can probably use it for this. And in industrial park settings, investors would like something a little more guaranteed about if they buy that land, they can use it for something rather than the potential for using it. But that is something the planning department is already reviewing. At the potential of industrial parks having a slightly different list than the industrial lots that are sort of scattered throughout the rest of the county on an ad hoc basis. Are there any questions that came out of this? I know I'm not going into great detail on it, but it's a well-written report that describes really what our situation is with limited available industrial land for sale or use. And that if we want to grow, whether it is, I believe we target wood processing, perhaps clean tech energy, or small manufacturing as well, and even potential for agri-food. We don't have really anywhere that is zoned or serviced and ready and available for that kind of development currently. And So they're recommending that we start looking, where would we like this kind of land zoned so that that activity could be easier to attract investment to.
All right. Thank you for that. Councillor Duncan?
Couple questions. The current, I guess, light industrial maybe is a better word for it, that we have in the county that's fairly extensive, that's scattered everywhere out there. For the most part, they're not looking to move to an industrially zoned land, I wouldn't suggest, unless they're considering an expansion, which I don't see a lot of that right now.
Yeah, it's there's sort of a mixed bag of reasons there. Many of those started off of their acreages or their farms. And sometimes they started on their acreage or farm because we didn't have any land or buildings for them to be able to move to. And so it was easiest to do that. It was probably the lowest cost possibility. They didn't have to buy new land. But it does impact if they want to expand. Are they able to expand in their current 5-acre parcel where they are? Because there's quite a few limitations there. As we know, many neighbors are not in favor of seeing businesses expand next to them. And there's nowhere for them to move to, even if they wanted to. Another thing is coming up, and this is an issue facing many baby boomers who started their businesses 20, 30 years ago, is as they've grown and they're looking at retiring, they're wanting to try to sell those businesses. Can you sell? Is it attractive for an investor to come and buy an industrial business in an acreage or agriculture setting? And for many, it's not, especially when they have what is the traditional acreage or agriculture services without, that's dealing with their own septic and well water rather than being hooked into a water and sewer. That limits what they can do there, even if they did buy it. So yeah, there are many businesses who started where they were, often out of convenience and cost, but the lack of land available for them to move to, even if they wanted to, is very limiting for potential growth or sale.
I guess I would also comment that as they expand and we kind of ask or move them towards rezoning if they're expanding, as opposed to just, expanding their business as a discretionary use on ag land, that would come not without cost as well. If moving to an industrial park versus if we were to not allow rezoning to industrial land, it would, but actually kind of forcing them to move to an industrial park if we had those set up in various places could cause them some significant expenses as well. And that's just a comment. The other question I have is that this development of industrial land, while it's not maybe the norm in the past, I think it's probably going to fall to the counties to do this as opposed to individual investors. I don't see them stepping up to, we've done, we explored this a bit in the past and that process has kind of stopped up in the north area, but we've never really moved forward or had anybody come forward that's willing to do this type of development just based on the expense and right now the uncertainty of investors that would buy these lots.
In central Alberta over the last, I'll say since 2008, when the financial crisis hit, and it really changed private investors' attitude towards land development. In central Alberta, we've seen municipalities take on more of the land development. County of Lacombe, City of Lacombe, County of Red Deer have all been working on land themselves. Part of that is that they have a longer term horizon. They're not looking at having to make all that money back in 3 to 5 years. They can think 10 to 20 years. But also because some of them have run into issues of that the private developer in wanting to do what they want to do, which is get their profit as quickly as possible, they haven't necessarily wanted to develop the land in a way that would be compatible for long-term 20 and 40-year use that municipalities are looking at as an overall attraction for the area. And so sometimes because that the private developers have not necessarily aligned themselves with the visions of the municipalities have taken it upon themselves to do that activity as well. It is an investment and it takes time to recover. But the report does talk about that more municipalities are taking that on themselves.
Thank you.
All right, just before we go over to Councillor Lang, you know, as you were chatting about how we've seen development along Highway 2 corridor, I think, you know, historically, I can assure you, I was paying attention to Deputy Reeve Vandermeer when he said, you need to skate to where the puck is going to be. And we've been actively, as a council, advocating for the, I want to get this right, West Connect, or West Central Connect corridor. And we know that the province is twinning Highway 11 between Sylvan Lake and Rocky. It seems to me we've got a bit of an indication of where the puck is going to be. We need to, and this is where I'm going to put a shameless plug in for two of our hamlets. Condor and Leslieville seem very prime for this type of location. I would suggest to you that we would be looking at industrial commercial land rezoning. We have services there. And then we could then include in our area structure plans how we would develop these two growth hamlets. It just seems like the right spot where the puck is going to be. And that's a conversation I would very much look forward to having. Councillor Lang.
So my question is in regards to the industrial lots that Clearwater County developed in Caroline. I'm wondering, has there been any interest shown in those lots? And if not, what would it take to get interest in those lots? And I do realize it may not be where the puck is going to, but I'll let you answer that.
I know we have had questions, but currently, I believe all the lots are actually leased out to TC Energy, and expect to be for at least the next year. The questions that have come in for those lots have usually been around the land being used as storage, is my understanding. And not developments really of new office buildings. Part of that, again, is the lack of services. Yes, it does have access to electricity and I believe natural gas, but not water and sewer. Again, it would require a well and septic system. And that has been, I'll be quite honest, you know, in our area, well and septic has been the norm for decades. And it was the norm up until about 10 years ago. Along a lot of Highway 2 corridor as well. But in that time, many of those areas, I take a look at Gasoline Alley further in, for example, many of those areas have become serviced over the last 10 years, and that is becoming sort of a new expectation for many industrial. They look at septic as sort of a risk and don't want to deal with it.
Secondary question.
So are interested parties or anyone you've spoken to, are they opposed to putting in well and septic? Is it too onerous for them, or they just want to go somewhere where there's services?
Those who are coming from the larger urban centers, it's a foreign concept for many of them. And so it's a new idea that's hard to wrap their head around. More than being opposed, I would say. And when they hear of septic, they think of it as a risk.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Swanson.
For me, the comments that you yourself and Councillor Lang have brought up and through the conversation here of just going through the report, this may warrant us to have a workshop in regards to having a conversation about possibility of areas and maybe talk a little further on either supporting the hamlets like you have suggested through area structure plans, and having those discussions on maybe a workshop level where we can, bring out some more ideas. Because I agree, like, people coming out from the city and from the urban areas are looking for shovel-ready property. But we also realize that there's green technology that they're looking at too to service some of their stuff through solar panels and things like that. So, having an unserviced property is maybe to our advantage because we can take advantage of the new technology that's coming forward too for some of that through grants to the, turning, and FCM has some options. I've tuned into a couple of their webinars and stuff. So anyway, I'm thinking that's maybe our next step forward is to bring forward some possibilities of having a workshop.
All right, we have the motion in front of us, and I would suggest to you that you're considering amending it somewhat, that council receives the January 2021 McSweeney competitive land analysis for Clearwater County report for information as presented, and directs admin to schedule a related workshop. Is that appropriate, or do you want two separate? Two separate, okay. So the first one is accept the report as presented.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That is carried. Are you looking for a related workshop?
Yep, I'll put that forward, that we direct administration to coordinate a workshop in regards to land, to investigate industrial property in the county. Potential of industrial properties in the county, does that?
I think we get the gist.
Okay.
Any other questions, Councillor Duncan?
I might suggest that workshop or part of a strategic planning meeting, upcoming strategic planning meeting. That's maybe a better fit for us in some respect. Like, we have one, I know, coming up soon, but it will be one after that. Our next one is June sometime, I believe. So June or September strategic planning.
So workshop or strategic planning meeting?
Yeah.
Both work. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. We've been at it for a little bit. I recognize that you're probably ready to go forward with the next agenda item, but I think we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're back from break, and we're moving on to item 5.5. Mr. Pratt.
Thank you, Reeve. I am bringing forward a Abattoir feasibility study in response to the February 23rd notice of motion item 11.2, exploration of opportunities for development of an abattoir within Clearwater County. This is a study that I hired CG Strategies to perform last fall. It was in response to discussions of the pandemic had slowed down significantly, impacted processing of beef and pork as well in the province, and was impacting many of our farmers in the region. And so I was looking at the feasibility of having an abattoir in our area. We did have one that had a fire. It's now 5 to 6 years ago that it has been out of operation and has not been rebuilt. And so that has limited some of our opportunities here. The general report goes into a few different scenarios about what an actual structure and facility could look like, and also compared with a few others throughout the province and what's been going on in that area. We can go into a bit more detail, but I'll just give the general highlights from the report. And I will mention CG Strategies, which actually referred to me from Alberta Agriculture as being the company I should go to in order to get this kind of information. So some of the highlights include, this is recommendations from CG Strategies, that he believes the county would be best served with 1 to 3 small secondary processing facilities that offer co-processing, custom processing, or mobile butcher services. Some of the things that he brought up about a facility, if we were to try to attract or have an investment in a permanent facility, it would require 2 to 4 acres, water and sewer, access to livestock supply, skilled labor supply, and a consumer market for the processed product. All of those would need to be involved. And he really points out that there is a stiff competition with existing processing, already existing. Basically, over the last 20 years, meat processing in not just Alberta, but across Canada and North America has really become a very efficient, centralized, large facility organization. And as smaller units have closed down across the province, well, he mentioned specifically that in the past few years, 5 smaller units have closed down and only 1 has reopened. That is because of the efficiencies that exist at these large facilities. Unfortunately, this means that locally we don't have a lot of input into this kind of processing, which leaves many of our farm producers a little bit in the lurch without having access. If we can go to the executive summary, on page of the agenda package, that's page 293. CG Strategies goes through doing a summary of our county, some of our livestock production, and basically the market situation. One of the things that he pointed out, I don't think it's right here, it might be later in the report. He did say locally we've actually seen a drop in 20% of the number of farms that we have in Clearwater County from 2001 to 2016, during that 15-year period for census period. I was looking up the stats on that actually under Alberta Agriculture, and Clearwater County in 2016 had just over 1,000 farms. And in talking with Matt Martinson and Marty Winchell, we'll probably be below 1,000 in the next census, which should be happening this year. And so generally speaking, we have seen a change in our agriculture industry. It also talks about we've seen a drop in employment in our area in agriculture of 30% over that same 15 years. These are probably trends that I don't think any of us are totally surprised at. We would of course like more better, but the reality is farming has become more efficient and automated. We're able to do a lot more with the land with less people than we've had in the past, but we've also seen a lot of our land change over the last 20 years as people are purchasing it for residential and recreation purposes. Relating back to the MDP discussion a little bit earlier, there are people that because they don't have access to the size of acreages that they want, they're actually just purchasing quarters outright and using that as their recreational properties. And we're seeing that impacting our agriculture sector within the county at the same time. On page 294 of the agenda package, in the second paragraph, CG Strategies talks about how from a demand side, so this is from a customer demand side, not a producer side, there is no evidence of a meat shortage in Alberta, nor deficiency in slaughter and processing capacity. The discrepancy may exist where marketing groups are competing for market share and the existing capacity will not accommodate their cyclical and short-term desires. And unfortunately, this is us. It's impacting us. And the up and down over the last year and a half in particular with COVID is impacting us. However, as CG Strategies mentions, that investment of this type and of any business really has to come from a demand on the customer side. And he recommends, he just doesn't see it. To create processing capacity from a producer supply side, but not from a customer demand side. He doesn't see that as being profitable. He does, however, see the demand for, both from customers and producers for 2 or 3 smaller mobile produce processing abattoirs that would be able to go through, which can assist with our local producers, able to strengthen their contacts with their direct marketing to direct customers and maybe farmers markets and so on. Not the answer I was hoping for, honestly. I was hoping for, yes, time to bring one in, but I do know in having conversations with people that worked at the abattoir across the street that burned down a few years ago, they said from a customer demand side, they were really struggling. They were doing raw dog food sales in Edmonton with basically 2 days of their processing because there wasn't enough demand locally to meet all their needs as a customer service. Which as we're a beef eating county, you would think there would be that demand, but 20,000 people, there just wasn't, unfortunately. So his recommendations are to take a look at those mobile processing facilities. I reached out to the Alberta Cooperative Association because they've been involved with a few places like Sangudo that have done some other meat processing in their community, and they've done it through a cooperative program. There's also their cooperative program was actually sort of an investment cooperative. There's also the possibility of producer cooperatives as well that can come together to create that kind of investment and that kind of a business. But from the CG Strategies point of view, there's not a huge demand for a large-scale facility to be able to process anywhere between 30 to 50 head per week.
All right. I actually have one question is, obviously we would have had to budget for this particular study. What was the budget?
The cost of this was approximately $15,000.
Okay, no, thank you, and I appreciate it. It's good to know where we're headed and have a good understanding before you go too far down that road. Other questions or comments? Oh, sorry, Councillor Swanson.
Thank you for bringing this forward. This really interests me. Even though I'm not a beef producer, I am a chicken producer in the summertime, and I know the limitations of finding places to, butcher my meat and then go towards direct sales. They're few and far between. There's only one public chicken processor in Alberta, and that's Pigeon Lake. You can go to a heteroid colony, but for the most part, there's one public processor, and I'm very fortunate. It's only 100 kilometers from my house, so I don't have a long way to go. You bring up very good points, Jerry, in regards to, the fact that, we're not the demand is maybe not on the consumer level, but COVID has has enforced the fact that our food supply chain is very fragile because we're a society that's very conditioned and addicted to cheap food and not necessarily nutrient dense, as Councillor Hoven and Councillor Duncan and Councillor Lougheed with their beef productions have understood. But I think that through more education, I think there's an opportunity to bring this up to the fact that I could see a mobile abattoir on the east side of our county, closer to other producers from other municipalities, Frederick County, whatever, and doing it. But I can see it on a co-op basis in that regard, and that might be something that we could enhance with our previous discussion about an industrial area, to have something like this in one of our hamlets because of the services that are needed. But this, to me, has brought to light the fact that it is not having that abattoir, that burnt down. Some of us have had to go to small privates, and the lineup is quite long. And I think that's the other thing too. When the beef is ready to butcher, you usually time that 3 to 4 months out, not a year out. And pigs, when they need to be butchered, it's usually right away, and they can't be overfed. So, no, this was a very good report, and I think it's pause for some of our residents to maybe have those discussions, and maybe the county could facilitate, or you could facilitate further discussions going forward. I might add that there's an opportunity through Open Farm Days come August as well to have those other discussions in regards to, or through our ag department, to be able to educate people that the mile, the footprint of some of our food, how far it comes from, that if we're really interested in our carbon footprint, that maybe we better be looking at the food that we're purchasing, how far those carbon miles or that carbon footprint is impacted.
Out of curiosity, do we have any producer cooperative type folks that you've chatted with at all, Mr. Pratt?
I reached out to the Alberta Cooperative
Okay.
Association to actually try to find more information out, especially about the investor cooperative. An investor cooperative basically is a group of community investors that are willing to put their money together to then finance and invest into a business. But it has to meet all the business case scenarios. But the advantage of it is, I'll say a private owned butcher shop, for example. If that butcher moves away, that means their business moves away. Whereas a locally owned cooperative butcher, the butcher might move away, but the business doesn't. You just hire another person to come in, and you don't lose the whole thing. I know in Saskatchewan, there are community cooperatives that work that way with funeral homes, because they ran into cases of when the funeral director moved away, that meant the whole business moved away and they didn't have that service. There still has to be a business case for it though, because those investors do expect some level of return, but it's not the same as a total for profit. They want to return both in the community and on what they've invested in, with the goal of growing the community. And so I'm seeking information from the Alberta Cooperative Association on investor specific cooperatives.
Thank you for that, because, I wonder then, how do you attract those local investors? And it sounds like you're obviously exploring that. I recognize how, the farm to table, this is one of those links in that chain. And I believe that folks want to actually know where their food is coming from and experience, have those experiences. I literally yesterday went to the farmhouse, whatever, store, I'm probably butchering their name, on Main Street, and that is an experience of itself. I mean, I think of, wouldn't it be great to have a restaurant hooked to the side of that? And I then envision, gosh, it'd be nice to have that in one of our hamlets as well, because as you grow these, communities, though, I think people would drive to go there. And I think there's marketing opportunities, and as part of a workshop, I think that it'd be nice to sit down and envision those kind of ideas. And maybe there's also opportunity in the community, to get a focus group together of, what's out there, and that might be the seed that actually sees this thing go forward. Those are just a couple of my thoughts. Other comments or thoughts? Councillor Hoven?
For me, this is all about economic development. We've heard it said many times that 80% of economic growth is going to be coming from existing businesses within the county. And how many farms did you say there were right now?
The report says 371.
371. So if we had 371 farm businesses growing every year, that would be a benefit to every single.
Sorry, 371 beef producing farms.
producers.
There's just over 1,000 farms.
Farms in total, okay. But we need to look at what we can do to help these existing businesses grow. When we did our MDP review, we heard from many farmers who were looking at the actions of this council as hurting farmers. And I disagree with that viewpoint, but it did make me think, and what are we doing as a council to support all these ag producers? So I'm in favor of exploring this more. One thought I had is having a small, maybe 3-member council committee along with economic development to further investigate this more, talk to residents, see if there's any appetite for this type of thing, not just on the abattoir, but on other supports that the county can provide to our farm producers. Many farms in Alberta had an amazing year last year because of increased grain prices, but beef farmers are not in that spot. We've got a federal government who believes that cows are destroying the planet, and we don't know exactly where the provincial government is on that, but I think this council needs to step up and do something to support these ag producers. I would also be interested in getting more information, Jerry, on these opportunity development co-ops. I was able to look at a few YouTube videos about what they've done in Sangudo with their opportunity development co-op. And I think I'm going to be making a motion in a few minutes for administration to investigate that, specifically for the communities of Condor, Leslieville, Nordegg, and perhaps even a joint venture with the village of Caroline. So what we can do to get local investors and local communities thinking about how they can beautify and improve their own communities as well.
So just before we move to any of those type of motions, point of clarification, would that not fall into notices of motion? Just to make sure that I recognize that it could be related, I just want to make sure that I understand. Mr. Emmons?
I would suggest if council requires additional information, and wants administration to research it and prepare an agenda, and bring it back, a notice of motion would be very appropriate. If council's comfortable, I would suggest that it is related to this agenda, and if that wanted a motion to flow forward, it could as well. It just depends on council's comfort level with the information provided.
All right, thank you for the clarification. Councillor Hoven.
I was, well, whatever the Reeve decides.
I'm comfortable with that if we want to make it right now. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't getting things out of order myself. That's why I asked for the clarification. Other comments or before we go on to any motions? Comments or questions are welcome. Councillor Duncan?
I guess I'm looking for some more clarity or information here too. My thoughts out from what I hear in the public is that we really need more, just people are looking to get their own meat cut and wrapped, and that's what sometimes it's for sale, sometimes it's not. It's often just for family. That is missing in the community. It's but it's also a tough business. Like the people I talk to that have been in or are currently in that business, it's tough to make a living. It's tough to find help. It's not just having that building there, but it's keeping it running and keeping it staffed. I'm willing to explore this some more. Whether it's through Councillor Hoven's suggestion of a subcommittee of council or some other way, but there's a lot of things here to consider other than just the actual ability to have that service. It's the sustainability of it, and where it's needed, et cetera. So I'm not sure how to proceed on this. I don't want to be, finding us committed to a bunch of time and expense trying to explore this. It's obvious we're never going to compete with, and we're not looking for that. I don't think that there's, other than, I understand even within this room there are people that do raise beef or chickens to sell to the public, but by and large, that's probably a fairly limited amount of what's needed out there in the community. Mostly what is needed is that ability to process and have your own meat in the freezer. And I'm not sure how we can promote that or assist in that. It's like even as a co-op, you can't have it still has to be like a business. That you can't have a co-op where you can go in and use a facility on your own and do your own, and then somebody else can come in and do that. The other part of this, of course, is that it is quite seasonal in nature in many respects, especially on the beef side. It's difficult, very difficult to have a year-round supply and a year-round there's the demand for year-round is not there either. So like I say, I'm willing to explore a little more, but I think we're in for some big bumps in this road.
Okay, Councillor Lang, and then I'm going to Councillor Lougheed, and we will get through the group.
I guess my thoughts are along Councillor Duncan's lines. We've spent $15,000 on this study, and this study's quite clear that there really is no business plan. I guess where my mind is going, there's many types of businesses in this county. There's many types of ag businesses in this county. Beef farming is just one, and for council or Clearwater County to get involved, to be supporting one little segment of the ag industry, I have a problem. Everyone is affected right now with the economic downturn and with COVID, and this executive summary is quite clear to me that this is not a path that we should be getting involved in. And I'm a beef eater.
Councillor Lougheed.
Well, I'd certainly agree. Agriculture has changed over a number of years. We've become an industry that mass produces a product and sells it into a commercial market at a wholesale at a wholesale rate. And the difficulty is, as a producer, it's difficult to tap a little bit of that stream off for your own use. And I think that's one area we can explore here. Is there opportunity so our producers can find a niche market for a small part of their commercial beef stream or their own use, that they can tap some of that off for family, for community supports, for a niche use within the community that kind of maybe adds a bit of a brand for our region. I think we have an opportunity here because we have a unique region, and I think there is some opportunity to brand that. And I would be willing to support putting a bit more energy into exploring possibilities for us, not a commercial operation, but something that fits a niche for our community and for our producers.
All right, Councillor Hoven?
I didn't think I had the light on.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the study has highlighted a couple of very important points. First being that there's really not a market in the area for what could be produced here. But they also highlight the issues around labor and what seems to be a lack of willingness of people to work in this field of slaughter processing. I have a relative who's involved in this business with a mobile slaughter and processing. And I mean, the individual is busy, but I think that's really one of the keys, to find somebody who will do this. And that is difficult. So I can see if a number of producers could get together and find somebody interested in doing this, it's fine. Some kind of a co-op, but I don't think this is something that the county can get involved in, because there's just too many types of agriculture going on in the county. And I guess I can think of my own situation. I'm a hay farmer. I'd like the county to set up a hay plant for processing, because it would reduce the distance I have to truck a rather bulky product. And it would be good. There's a lot of hay produced in the county. It's a good area for producing hay. So I would like the county to do that, but I can't realistically ask that. If I can get together with another few producers and generate enough mass to build our plant, we would do that. So I think this is kind of a similar situation, and there's many types of farming, and we support agriculture quite nicely in this county, and I think we should continue, but we can't select a group of farmers and just support that with general tax dollars. Thank you.
I don't see any other lights on for comment. And I guess just looking back at, as my comment, recognizing farm to table seems to be a very large interest with folks. I believe that people enjoy those experiences. I think there's a niche opportunity there. A community focus group, I've heard some of that today. And further researching, I think there's a lot of marketing ahead of this, is what I'm hearing as well from Mr. Pratt. Before us, we have, I'll call it a draft motion, that council directs administration to investigate and research opportunities to support agri-food producers, including options for supporting development of an abattoir and other processing facilities within Clearwater County. I know for me, that doesn't really capture, that sort of partly captures my thought around community focus group. I think that, to me, that's where we need to have a better understanding of, is it just processing, or is there other marketing strategies, co-ops, et cetera, that we need to be thinking about, that we could potentially support and assist with, as we think about economic development in our community and the agribusiness. Other thoughts or comments on the motion, the draft motion that we have? Councillor Lang.
I think I'd be okay with the motion if supporting development of an abattoir was taken out. Like, that is focusing on one little small segment of our community, and as Deputy Reeve Vandermeer said, many produce hay, many grow chickens, maybe I want a chicken plucking plant. I have a problem with that motion.
So you're recommending a adjustment or amendment to that motion, Councillor Hoven?
My first thought is we need to put the purpose of this motion, which is for the purpose of economic development. I believe that needs to be stated in this. It's not just supporting for the sake of supporting. It is to improve the economic growth of farms within our community.
Other thoughts, supplemental, Councillor Hoven, or do you need a moment? I see
I'm
that.
just processing here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duncan.
Wondering if Councillor Hoven is thinking more along the lines of value-added production here as opposed to primary production, if that's where we want to be looking at this, just to capture, as Councillor Vandermeer said, just, helping producers achieve more from the products we produce as opposed to just the primary production. The other part of that for me is that, as Councillor Lang said this, I think the study is clear that Abattoir would really relate to a provincially inspected facility that is not probably what we're looking at here. So I'm not sure what we're looking for here, but other than being able to, provide some help for value-added support to agricultural products.
Councillor Hoven.
For me, it is not just the value added. It's more of a 20,000 foot look down on the agriculture that exists in our area, and what can the county do to continue our support of ag in our community. And maybe a hay processing center is a viable option, we don't know. But I'm looking at this is talking to residents, like that's why I promoted a subcommittee to get out there and get different ideas to move this forward. One of the problems farmers have is we tend to be very independent-minded and we don't play well with others. We like to be on our own. And what we need, I believe, is a little bit of leadership, and I think the county can provide that leadership to get some coordination going so we can get some better economies of scale. We can get like-minded people in the room and we can start to work on our solutions instead of sitting on our farms saying, why are things so bad? Why is Trudeau doing this? We need to be moving forward to get some solutions. And is there a solution? I don't know. But I know if we don't investigate it, we're not going to find it.
All right, I recognize we don't know what we don't know, and back to why I recommended perhaps focus groups to tell us their stories so we can get a better idea. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, this is a rather vague motion description. I'm interested to know how much administrative time? How many dollars? What are we putting into this if we start this process? Recognizing that value-add agriculture is highlighted from a Canadian perspective, from an Alberta perspective, and everybody is talking about doing that. You can pick up any magazine these days from any agricultural magazine, and you get all kinds of articles about what you could be doing with hemp and cannabis, pork, all you know, the seed optimization work that's going on. There's all kinds of research going on. So what are we really asking our administration? And I just think this is pretty vague. We need to, I don't think it's a good motion here.
Councillor Duncan?
For me, this is starting to sound very much like the path we went down with broadband back in about 2013 when we had our Clearwater County Broadband Committee, and there was 2 councillors on that one and a bunch of people from the community, and we started down that path of investigating how broadband could be brought to the county. And I think there was lessons learned there, of course, but to me, I don't know if Councillor Vandermeer agrees in that respect at all, but this is or Councillor Lange was around at that time as well. But I think this is kind of what we're looking for here is a way for us to explore this. That's something that we see as needed, but we just don't know how to bring it forward, and we're struggling for the words here.
Councillor Swanson?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Councillor Duncan. I was thinking the same thing because I was part of that community focus group for broadband, and I look at this opportunity, if we can get a focus group together, to not only, as Councillor Hoven has said, we need a leadership. We need to start something, because it's not only for the established farmers, it is also for the new farmers in our area that may not know the resources and the opportunities that are available to them. There's opportunity to have those discussions and bring in maybe, and it's not only on processing facilities. I believe it's the overall ag potential, because it is the fastest growing, the most economic driver that we've been hearing going forward, and COVID has shown that. And so for me, I support doing a focus group. I think this is important. I think we need to jump out and give people the opportunity to get together and throw the ideas around. Yes, this is important. This is a diversified opportunity other than oil and gas that we see that's going down the road. And so I would like to see maybe take out processing facilities in this and just say, establish a community focus group to investigate and research opportunities for the agri-food producers for economic development growth for farms in the Clearwater County. Let's not pigeonhole one particular area, because I think one could lead to another.
Just before I go to Mr. Emmons, I guess as I was listening, I was thinking, we have a whole department that might need to sort of have a look at this and see if we don't already have that, if we need to reach out beyond them. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So yes, listening intently to council's conversation, I asked the question of Mr. Pratt beside me. What resonates with me is kind of why. Rocky Mountain House has nothing that supports farmers and agriculture, but they did. We had Russell and Clayton Cole that sold my cows every Saturday. We had an abattoir. We had a tractor dealership. We have nothing today, which bodes my question of why. Where's the traffic and where's it going? I guess my suggestion for council's consideration is, would perhaps a study of the state of agriculture in Clearwater County be something that would help provide the information to support a future conversation on this subject matter? That may provide the missing link, the direction that council needs to have this important conversation. Having a better understanding of exactly that. It does pique my curiosity to know at one time, 20, 30 years ago, we had businesses to support farming in this community. We don't anymore, none of them. And why?
Well, and thank you for that perspective. I think it's important. And, when you're in a study, there's nothing to stop you from, as part of that, dialing in to the focus group side, but at least at the end, you're given a document at the end that will help provide some guidance to our council. Councillor Duncan?
Would council be interested in its two representatives from the Ag Service Board running this through that group and coming, just our thoughts today and then bringing it back to council as maybe some more suggestions for a path forward on this? That would involve the Ag Services Department and some farmer members. We have 5 of those on that board as well already, as a starting point maybe to, if it makes sense to start going down the path of a focus group. And maybe the Ag Services Department would, and plus I think economic development would be the home for this in the future as well. Maybe not a group's, a separate sort of group from council that's driven by council.
Okay, Councillor Lougheed?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize my light was on, but I can always. Definitely, I think there's opportunity through those existing boards we already have that are quite in tune with the agricultural community, and it might be a resource to tap into, and I agree with Councillor Duncan with that path forward. Ultimately, we are the Economic Development Council, and I think this is one opportunity we shouldn't miss looking into and seeing if there is some way we can take what we look at as a resource, one of our crops. Our crops drink the cleanest water, our cattle drink the cleanest water, they breathe the cleanest air. And I think we have a higher level of stewardship on our farms than most regions. And I think we should showcase that. And I think looking into a way to do that, I think, is worth the energy and time. And I think we can start with some of those existing groups within our structure.
Very well. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
I was just going to endorse Councillor Duncan's comments on this. I think starting it with the Ag Service group and the Ag Service Board would be, I would like to hear a report on the discussion that would have taken place in that group, come back to council before anything further.
Councillor Lang?
And I'm certainly with Councillor Duncan's recommendation. Maybe from that, then we could conduct a study like Mr. Emmons had suggested. The one thing with the Ag Service Board, I've never been on the board, so I'm not really sure the members, but I would like the focus to be on futuristic farming too. Like historically, it's been beef and hay. Some of these smaller farms, we have, bee farms, this vertical farming I'm starting to hear a lot about, fruit farms. We need to start looking at farming for the smaller niche markets, and not the traditional farming that's always been done.
Well, I certainly heard farming for the future there, if you want a nice little catchphrase. I'm going to keep going because we seem to be going around. Councillor Hoven.
I would say this is probably a good first step.
Last but not least, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I think everybody is kind of, I agree with all the comments around the table, and I think it's important for us to start out on this path. We all agree that agriculture is, everything starts off in agriculture land base. So if we're going to talk about economic development, we need to start where people are.
Very well. And we now have, after, I'd say, a very comprehensive discussion, a new motion that states that council requests the Ag Services Board to provide recommendations to council on economic development growth of farms within Clearwater County. Does that capture the essence of this discussion? Councillor Hoven?
Could we perhaps add, provide recommendations to council on economic development growth and reducing barriers to farm growth within Clearwater County?
Councillor Duncan?
I think we're getting there. I would just maybe go one step further there. I think farms is a bit limiting there, as Councillor Lang has said. There's people that may not consider a greenhouse a farm or something. So I would just change that probably to something like agricultural production. Agricultural production. Thank you.
We now have the council requests the Ag Services Board to provide recommendations to council on economic development growth of and for reduction of barriers to agricultural production within Clearwater County. Councillor Hoven?
I'd make that motion.
All right. Any other question? Oh, Councillor Duncan, I see your light's on.
No, I think I'm okay. I just was maybe going to get a bit of a feedback from Jerry, if possible, if that makes sense, and because it'll be probably him that's carrying this over to Ag Services, or maybe perhaps with Councillor Lougheed and myself or something. But
I'm excited to work with the Ag Services Board on this. The truth is, agriculture has changed dramatically, and a review of where it has been and come to, and what we can possibly do in the future, rather than all of our very independent operators having more of a general strategy and vision for agriculture in the county may be a good thing.
Very well. We have a motion from Councillor Hoven as presented. Seeing no other questions or comments, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. We still need to have a motion to receive the Clearwater County Abattoir Facility Study for information as presented. Councillor Swanson? Councillor Hoven, I see your light is on.
There's a motion. I have a different matter, so I'll wait.
Okay. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Councillor Hoven.
I mentioned this earlier, development co-ops. I would like to make a motion that admin prepare a report on what they are and how they might be of benefit to the communities of Condor, Leslieville, Nordague, and even a joint venture with the Village of Caroline.
So we've got a new motion. We're going to let Tracy Lynn catch up a little bit there so she can put it up on. It's all related to this, I believe.
The council directs admin to prepare a report on opportunity development co-ops. I don't know if this needs to be in it, but what they are and with the, in light of reporting and any potential benefits for the hamlets of Condor, Leslieville, and Nordegg. And a joint venture or a partnership with the Village of Caroline. And it should be focused on the economic development of those 4 communities. Thank you.
All right, questions, comments? I have a few thoughts in my mind, but I'll defer mine for a moment. Councillor Duncan? You might need to make it a little bit bigger so we can read it, thank you.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I'm just, trying them all through. So these opportunity development co-ops, are they only ag related then, or are they can be anything?
Councillor Lang?
I guess my question is, are we a little bit premature on this? Where my mind is going, I'd kind of like to wait and see what comes back from the Ag Service Board and their recommendations, rather than have staff put a lot of time and effort into this second motion, which I may be very willing to look at down the road, but my thoughts, I'm feeling a bit that this might be a bit premature, and maybe Councillor Hoven, you can convince me otherwise.
Councillor Hoven?
An opportunity development co-op, at least how it was done in the village of Sangudo, was all about getting local community leaders to look at what these community needs need. One of the goals of the opportunity development co-op was to have an active main street in the village. There were old buildings that were not utilized, so the leaders in that community pooled money together. I do not know the involvement of the Community Futures Group in the area. I do not know the involvement of the local municipalities, but it was all with the intent of bringing their community back to life. One of the goals was to have a coffee shop. So this group worked with a local entrepreneur to develop a coffee shop so people could actually start to live and do things on the main street again. And it's the goal of just, I guess, planting a small tree in the hope that it grows and then you have a forest growing around it. So you don't have to do it, of course you don't. But if nothing's happening now, I believe we need to try something to get something growing. So all this is, it's a report. It's Jerry making a few phone calls, well, hopefully more than a few, doing some research to come back and say, is there any option that this might work in Condor, Leslieville, and Nordegg, and what would the cost be of doing that? I look at Condor and Leslieville. There's been activity out in Nordegg, but Condor and Leslieville are not growing actively. And I think we need to look at what we can do. What's the small things we can do to make that community grow and to help it grow? I don't believe this is going to be a multi-million-dollar investment into downtown Leslieville, but it's looking at the first steps we can take to help that community grow by itself.
For me, I can appreciate where this is going, and I do have the same concern as Councillor Lang to some degree. The other concern I have, probably more foremost than that, is with the inclusion of the village of Caroline, and I'm not saying that it isn't important to look at opportunities there, as with the town of Rocky Mountain House as well. We are currently in a governance study, and I think that I don't want to muddy that water with this process, so I would really like us to focus on our hamlets, and if we need to grow this beyond that as we come through the governance study, I think then we can add that on at a later date. So that I would take the village of Caroline out for the time being, and then with the consideration, once we're done the governance study, to look at both them, the villages, and I guess Summer Village of Burnstick and the town of Rocky Mountain House at a later date. But let's start with our own hamlets first. Councillor Hoven?
And I'm okay with that friendly amendment.
Other comments? Okay. Seeing none, and that is Councillor Hoven's motion. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you to staff. Jerry, this was a very comprehensive study. Hopefully it will help the Ag Services Board as they move forward with their work and with these opportunity development co-ops. I think those are exciting initiatives to work on. Very much appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
That brings us to 6.1 under Emergency and Legislative Services. Welcome, Ms. Haggart and Chief Desbiens.
Good morning, Reeve Laird and Council. Thank you for that. Tracy Lynn, just to double check, 6.3 is indeed, okay, emergency management first. I just wanted to make sure we're in the right order for Council. Before Council is a regional emergency management discussion item, and a little bit of background for Council since the last time we chatted in this regards. On March 8th, CAOs from the village and the Summer Village met with county administration and as well as Alberta Emergency Management Agency's Central Region Field Officer, and that's Mr. Brian Boutin. And at that meeting, he had indicated the province's preferences for municipalities to move towards regional emergency management, or would be in our case remaining or maintaining that regional emergency management entity. He provided some notes in terms of different options for municipalities to consider, and I believe he did speak with Council as a committee of the whole when we had our emergency management committee meeting before that meeting, and discussed the benefits of maintaining that regional entity from the province's perspective. And I won't read out the 5 items for you, but they're there for Council to look at. CAOs and county administration also then discussed the options above collectively as a group, and would recommend for Council's consideration options 2 and 5. And that's because the Summer Village had already discussed with Council a desire to delegate authority to Clearwater County under the Emergency Management Act. And I'll note that although the Emergency Management Act is silent on village ability to delegate authority under that act, representatives from municipal affairs were fairly confident that a regional partnership of this nature would receive a ministerial approval for the delegation of authority from a village as well. So again, this hasn't happened in the province yet, but they feel like it only makes sense to maintain that regional entity. And if that's the way to do it, then it's option 2 and 5. The reason why this is before Council again, the second time this year, is that the 2 options noted above include a slight change of direction from what Council previously directed administration back in January when we talked about it. And we would certainly recommend endorsing a renewed emergency management agreement, which would then mean seeking ministerial order to establish a JEMC, which is a Joint Emergency Management Committee, and a Joint Emergency Management Agency. And should Clearwater County Council agree to proceed as outlined below in the bullets that we have further on, upon ministerial order, the 3 municipalities would no longer need independent plans, committees or agencies. We could go back to what we thought we were doing before, which was having 1 plan, 1 committee, 1 agency, and doing it with a ministerial approval. And then at that meeting, by consensus, municipal administrators agreed some of the components that would go into the respective agreement. And this is certainly up for council's dialogue if there's anything that needs to be amended. But the agreement would follow along the lines similar to that of the expired regional emergency management agreement. I suggested that a dispute resolution definition be just amended to include what's in our intermunicipal collaboration frameworks, and the process is already defined within another agreement that we've got in play. That the regional director of emergency management be appointed through the 3 respective municipal bylaws, and noting that as a specific position within the county as the director of emergency services, being the RDEM for the 3 municipalities. That the Joint Emergency Management Committee consist of 7 county, 1 village, and 1 summer village elected official. And the reason for that, it follows along the lines of the discussion we had when we made Clearwater County's emergency management bylaw, that in an emergency where there's perhaps access issues or people are busy doing something else, that we at least have a minimum of a few that can show up to be able to make some decision for emergency management, to be able to move forward in terms of state of local emergency or perhaps funding if it's needed. And so we kept it at 7 for the county because that was council's intent with the committee that they set earlier, I guess later last year. And then adding 1 from each, the village and the summer village in that instance. And then the joint agency, which was the operational or administrative component of our legislative requirements under the Act, may include village and summer village staff, but it's not necessary. So certainly it's the same idea. Principle follows the Clearwater County's existing bylaw where different departments within our organization make up the agency. And if there's some skill sets or those who are interested from the village or summer village perspective and able to participate, then they can, but it's not necessarily required. And then if the emergency, for instance, requires a state of local emergency and it's within our municipal boundaries in Clearwater County, that would require our quorum, like our bylaw states, that would have 2 elected officials from Clearwater County. The summer village and village administrators didn't feel that the same was required for them, that they could trust our group to make those decisions on their behalf because their availability might be an issue. So certainly if there was an emergency requiring a state of local emergency within the summer village or village, that just 2 members of that committee, and they could be 2 Clearwater members, could make that declaration of sole on their behalf. So that's kind of that delegating of authority powers that would be provided under the Act. That kind of defines it right there, that they're providing, they may be able to attend, but if they can't, then we have the powers to do that on their behalf. And again, we had talked about in our previous discussions back in 2020 and early this year about how to cost share this. And at that point, council had agreed that it would be similar to a fee-for-service arrangement that we have with other mutual aid partners, unless there was provincial or federal disaster relief funding available, so something of scope and scale that is a large-scale disaster. Because of that discussion we had previously, we determined that no proportionate share in the agreement and replacing that with that fee-for-service schedule philosophy if provincial federal grant dollars apply. We're already training to that level from Clearwater County perspective, and adding that small cost burden onto each of those smaller municipalities didn't make sense, and that's why I believe council made that decision at that time. In talking with Municipal Affairs, they also said the term of the agreement should be perpetual, which means forever, as required because it is a ministerial order, but that a 1-year termination clause would be appropriate should something change in the future and we need to no longer participate within that regional committee or agency. And lastly, at the time of putting this agenda item together, I had spoken with the Village of Caroline, and they had already motioned to proceed, as I just mentioned previously. And Summer Village, again, they had already asked us for the same, but they're expected to consider this same slightly amended agreement at their next meeting. I believe it's at the end of April, so they don't meet as often as our council, so it'll be a little bit of time before we hear back from them. But certainly they had already indicated that intent. So in my mind, it's likely easy to assume that that's the direction that they're going to go. So to sum up, staff recommendation is that council directs administration to work with the Summer Village of Burnstick Lake and the Village of Caroline to renew the Regional Emergency Management Agreement and create related bylaws that anticipate that ministerial order under Section 14D of the Local Authorities Emergency Management Regulation in order for them both, Summer Village and Village, to delegate their respective emergency management powers to Clearwater County.
Very well. Any questions or comments? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
I'll make the motion as staff recommended.
Great. Just before we move on, I do have, thank you for clarifying quorum for emergencies. So quorum for meetings, do we have that defined as well?
I didn't even bring the old agreement with me, but certainly we were going to use the same parameters within. I believe it was, at that point, it was one of each of the municipal representatives. But if council has a suggestion on what they'd like to see, wasn't something we talked about, but we certainly should add that in.
Yeah, it was, for me, it was just making sure that they do have representation at the meetings and that they're reminded that if they themselves, whoever's assigned to that, has an alternate, that perhaps that they would be there, so we don't end up losing meetings.
Yeah.
Do we also have the option to add other municipalities at a later date? Perhaps Rocky may change later and decide that they want to participate at a later date. How difficult will it be for them to come in later?
I think that would be a restart of the process just because of the ministerial order. Bylaws are fairly simple. We can have that come back to the respective councils for a change for an agreement or a bylaw. So that's likely a 2 to 4 week process depending on council's comfort level in doing 3 readings in one meeting. But certainly that because of the ministerial order, it's a little tricky. I also don't know that the same would apply to a town as a village in terms of ministerial approval. I haven't asked that question, but certainly I'm not certain that that would be the same. I think if that was the case, they'd probably want to amend the act and have that clarity. Even the fact that the village there's no opportunity or in those 5 options that were presented there for a village to actually delegate authority. So I think I'd have to turn that question back to the province and say, what's the intent and do you want to pursue this? If so, I think a legislative change makes sense to me. But we could certainly ask the question and see what the answer is if a partner was willing. But they noted that we're okay to proceed as is with a regional, with not all the entities included. So that was a question we did ask.
Okay, and I appreciate the clarification. I guess from my perspective, and I'm absolutely comfortable where we are, I always like our neighbors to know the door is always unlocked when they're ready to walk through it.
Absolutely, and I do agree, and I think that would probably be some type of bylaw adjustment or agreement that would speak to that partnership. But in terms of being able to delegate authority, I'd have to deflect that one to the province because it'd be up to them to decide if that was allowable within Alberta.
Well, we'll cross that bridge if we go.
Absolutely, and I would be happy to ask the question. And if I could go back, Reeve Laird, in terms of quorum, I apologize, I didn't bring the old agreement draft with me, but does council have a preference? We at least one from each municipality in order to hold a regular non-emergency meeting? Or would you prefer, 3 county, 1 village, 1 summer village?
I think that it's good the way it stands.
Okay.
I don't think anybody here has an issue with it.
Great. Excellent. Thank you.
All right, we do have a motion. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, is there other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council.
That then takes us to 6.2. And that brings us to the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association and the Wildland Urban Interface Program Extension. Chief DBN, looks like you've got some great news.
Good morning, Reeve Laird and members of council. Just for some background on this one, at their June 16th, 2019 meeting, council reviewed a Wildland Urban Interface grant criteria that provided letter support for an application for an 18-month WUI contract through the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association. In 2019, CRFRS was successful in securing the grant of $580,000 to be one of 2 municipal fire departments selected to build a wildland urban interface structure protection team funded by the province through the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association. The WUI program is intended to expand the training and municipal capacities by building teams of specialists to respond to structure protection needs within a wildfire. WUI firefighters are trained and available to respond to events in the province as directed by the Alberta Office of the Fire Commissioner. The 18-month WUI contract concluded January 31st, 2021. On February 3rd, 2021, CRFRS administration received an email from the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association proposing Clearwater County request a grant agreement amendment to utilize unexpended WUI program grant dollars in an effort to extend the WUI contracts until March 31st. During the time, the WUI program transitioned from the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association to Alberta Agriculture and Forestry, with the 2021 wildfire season kept in mind. Council approved the program extension to March 31st and associated 2021 operating budget amendments of $65,000 at their annual their regular meeting, February 9th. On March 25th, the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association received confirmation from Alberta Agriculture and Forestry that a ministerial approval was received for grant funding of $1 million for continuation of the Wildland Urban Interface Structure Protection Program to support the 2021-22 wildfire season. There is attached in the agenda package for council to review. The official WUI contract has not been provided yet, but the anticipation is any day that we should be receiving it, and I expect by the end of this week we will have that agreement. The WUI program brings many benefits to Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services and the region, including employment opportunities, high-quality training, and extensive experience. The 3 remaining WUI team members expressed interest to remain part of the Wildland Urban Interface team should Clearwater County receive the additional grant funding as expected with the release of the grant contract. Administration intends to post the vacant 4th WUI position as soon as possible following council's approval to proceed with the WUI grant application process for the 2021-22 season. The budget is attached to the council package. Staff recommends that council endorse Clearwater County on behalf of Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services to pursue the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association project extension grant for Wildland Urban Interface team. And the second part of the staff recommendation is that council approves amending Clearwater County's 2021 operating budget to increase revenues for regional fire WUI by $343,500 and regional fire WUI expenses by the same $343,500 for proceeding with the 2021-22 wildfire interface program.
Well, thank you. There was a lot there. Any questions or comments? I know I have a few. I'll just hold off mine because who knows, they might get answered before we get there.
And if I may, Reeve Laird, I just wanted to add to that, just for clarity, the Wildland Urban Interface budget, the way it was funded was separate from the regional fire budget, so it only requires Clearwater County's approval for endorsement of the grant application, similar to the last process. We've kind of kept it separate from our regional partnership that way.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Swanson.
This is great news. Just for clarification, when you say the end of 2022, does that mean the end of the fiscal year or October?
Following the Government of Alberta's fiscal year, so March 2022.
Any other questions? I have a couple. How much is the WUI grant for this time around? Is that the 300 and?
and maybe I can speak to that too. We put that at the bottom of the agenda item. We're not exactly 100% sure. We know it's in the neighborhood of $458,000. But in order to proceed for 2021, that would be the balance of the 9 months of the year, because they have a different fiscal year end than us. So that 343,500 would be to get us through to our 2022 budget approval, and then whatever's remaining in terms of the grant. And once we see the agreement in our hands and know the exact dollar amount, we'll include that in the 2022 budget. But certainly that 343,500 covers us for the 9 months until the end of 2021.
Thank you for that clarity. So we, in essence, haven't got, and I guess this is my level of comfort perhaps, and we haven't got the grant approval yet.
Correct, but because of the timelines, I think, and I asked Murray, our Director of Corporate Services, the same question. I said, should we wait to have this budget amendment later on once the grants arrived? But if we received it this week, we'd have to wait till the end of April before we could proceed to post for the position that's vacant and bring back on folks on contract for another year's term, and it just puts us a month behind going into fire season. Whereas if we don't get the grant, we won't expend the dollars, if that makes sense. And Murray had suggested that a budget amendment at a future time to take back those revenues and expenditures could happen if we didn't receive the grant.
All right, and thank you for that, because I was feeling like we sort of had the cart in front of the horse there a little bit. And I recognize not only do we need to proceed, to ensure that we have the program ready to go, it's very dry out there.
Absolutely.
Reeve Laird, that's one of the pushes. When this program originally was rolled out, we knew we had 18 months. So we anticipated January 2021, the program was to completion. And that's how we were planning. And then all of a sudden we got the extension at the 13th hour, and we kept the crews available till March 31st. And then in that month of March, this whole program has come together, I'm gonna say in the last 3 weeks, including the ministerial order for the money of $1 million, which this program's been very, very quick. And you're correct, it is very dry. We're seeing the trend of the wildfire risk climbing, and this is definitely a push from the province to have these teams in place for the 21-22 year.
All right. Yeah, and thank you for clarifying, because that is my only hesitancy is, okay, what happens if we don't get the money? And, that's always a concern. So it is good to have the reassurance that it would come back to reverse this second motion then. Okay. So looking for a motion from someone from council that council endorses Clearwater County on behalf of CRFRS to pursue the AFCA project extension grant for the Wildland Urban Interface Team. Councillor Lougheed, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. That is a resounding endorsement. The second the second motion would be that council approves amending Clearwater County's 2021 operating budget to increase revenues for regional fire WUI by $343,500 and the regional fire WUI expenses by same number, $343,500, for proceeding with the 2021-2022 Wildland Urban Interface Program. Whew, got through it. Who would like to make that motion? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Any other questions? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. I'd say you got your work cut out for you. Let's hope that those grants come through as proposed, and I'd say good luck, but I've got a feeling that you're going to need it.
We have already started to see it, and I think if I can throw one quick plug out there is, as of March 1st, we did enter into wildfire season. For those of our citizens that are within the FPA, please ensure that you contact the FPA or the Rocky Wildfire Center to get your permits in place. And anyone on the east side of our county, within Clearwater County, please let the burn notification line know when you're planning to have those burns. It just is an awareness for us and our dispatch organization that you're burning in those areas, and it may save a dispatch of a station being stood up and sent that direction. So just a quick reminder as we get into the spring burning.
Just a reminder, what's that number?
84, ooh, got me on that one.
This was me trying to help you make a shameless plug to get that number out there.
It's available on our website, and I'll certainly get Michael to put that out on our social media as well.
Please do. And it wasn't meant to to trip either any of our staff up. It's just, and I can't honestly tell you, I remember it myself.
It's either 845 or 844 burn, is it not?
I'm wanting to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just
thank
gonna
you.
say, I know it ends in 7711. So.
Yeah. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At any rate, thank you, staff. We'll look forward to that. I do have one question. Have we got our deputy chief, assistant chief hired?
Still in, sorry, I put my
Sorry.
mask on to get up. I apologize, Reeve Laird and council. Still in the process. We just finished up some interviews in the last couple weeks. And we're waiting on an offer at the moment. So hopefully that all works out. But it is a process to go through, and certainly with someone relocating to the community, it's a lengthy process, but we're hoping to have that position filled in the next month or so.
All right.
As soon as we know, we'll send an announcement out to everybody at Clearwater County, including council.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
All right, we're just doing a little bit of COVID cleaning here. And then we'll go to item 7.1. Think we can squeeze one more thing in before lunch? So 7.1 is the draft policy revisions for greater maintenance contracts, PW 1000-1. Mr. Magnus.
All right. Good morning, Reeve Laird, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, Council. Again, I'll introduce myself. I'm Kurt Magnus, Director of Public Works Operations. With me today is Christine Hobthebo, Senior Administrative Assistant, Public Works. Throughout the upcoming year, administration will be involved in the process of reviewing policies. As a result of this ongoing review process, administration, along with legal counsel, has made amendments to the Greater Maintenance Contracts Policy. As council is well aware of, Clearwater County has 13 greater beats, covering approximately 162 kilometers of gravel roads per beat. In order to maintain these gravel roads, 11 of the 13 beats are tendered out and, as a result, are maintained by qualified grader contractors. The amended Greater Maintenance Contracts Policy establishes council's requirements and expectations relating to the fair distribution and award of greater maintenance contracts to eligible greater contractors. As such, what Christine and I would now like to do, if council so chooses, is guide you through the amendments from the original policy, which was established and approved approximately 5 years ago.
We'd be happy for that. Could I ask you to repeat how many kilometers of gravel road they're maintaining again?
So approximately 162 to 165 kilometers per beat. We have approximately 1,872 kilometers of gravel roads.
1,872.
Yes.
There you go. No small task.
No.
Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. First and foremost was the expansion and addition of definitions, in particular the terms related entity and related person. Through the advice of legal counsel, these broadened terms capture a much more wider range of scenarios, such as, for example, a corporation for which the director or officer or shareholder of a greater contractor or one of their immediate family members has an ownership interest in that organization and or corporation. In this way, the aforementioned terms would serve to further strengthen or, and I quote, beef up the policies and therefore council's intention to limit the ability of potential tender proponents who are related or connected to each other to hold no more than 2 greater beats in any calendar year, or for that matter, may not bid on another greater maintenance contract beat at any one time in a calendar year in which the organization or corporation already holds or has held 2 greater maintenance contracts. With the original policy, it still, in the way it was worded, potentially gave the opportunity for a greater contractor through related family members to hold more than 2 greater beats and, in essence, essentially monopolize greater maintenance contracts and in turn the number of beats to maintain. The second amendment or amendments was revised wording throughout the policy in relation to the use of the defined term greater maintenance contract. In essence, the terms greater contractor, greater maintenance, and greater maintenance contract were inserted into the policy to better clarify each of the 8 principles and therefore eliminate any type of ambiguity in their intent. The final amendment was the elimination of the term agreement on internal trade. We now make reference to the Canadian Free Trade Agreement rather than its precursor, the Agreement on Internal Trade, as this no longer exists. So in essence, that as a whole are the amendments. And as such, administration respectfully asks that Council reviews the draft amendments to the Greater Maintenance Contracts Policy, PW-1000-01, and considers adopting the policy as presented effective April 13th, 2021.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments with regard to our revised greater maintenance contract policy? I think that's what it's called. I'm going to double check that I said it. Yes, I did. I got it right. I think we're absorbing for a moment. Councillor Swanson?
Just a point of clarification. The new enacted policy today, does it affect existing beats?
No, it does not. Moving forward,
It will.
encompass, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lougheed?
Yes, I guess my question would be, do we define immediate family within this as well? I know there's been some changes due to COVID over what immediate family is, and I just wonder if we've defined that.
I don't believe it's designated as its own term, but I think it's clarified in,
Related entity.
pardon?
Related entity.
Related entity, yes, in the term related entity.
It's on page
there you go.
349 of 393 at the top, under related person, under item number C as in Charlie. Does that answer your question, Councillor Lougheed?
No, not actually, because the immediate family member, that might require its own definition as well. I know there's been some changes due to COVID where it brings in stepchildren, tutors, grandparents, those kinds of things. So I don't know if we need to go a little deeper in that definition. I don't think we do, but I'm just wondering if there was a definition within that.
This is before council, and obviously we're open to additional amendments. And if council so chooses and feels that this is important in defining this, we can put that in as an additional definition and bring it back to council at the next regular council meeting.
Councillor Lang?
I guess I'm kind of wondering why this came forward. And I'm also got concerns about what is defined as immediate family member. I'm thinking if there's someone and their son-in-law has a greater beat, is that an immediate family member? They may not even be on speaking terms, and yet they can't put in a bid. Like I'm just wondering if there's been problems in the past or why this came forward.
Yeah, as indicated, the wording wasn't was in such a way that it still allowed the opportunity for, let's say, for example, an organization has a couple greater beats out there owned by the son, and then another organization comes in, just for example's sake again, for sake of argument, beat comes in and that beat is owned by his father. And or run by the father or something like that, but it's still under the management of the son or something along that line, right? So in essence, he has control over 3 contracts. So the wording wasn't tight enough to allow us to stop something like that. And again, council's intent and what has been communicated to us is that we want to allow fair opportunity to everyone and fair distribution in regards to allowing other contractors the opportunity. Because the potential could occur where the organization has multiple subsidiaries and so on, and they could come in and eventually, through pricing, could monopolize the beats and how many contracts are out there. So we knew it was council's intent to allow fair opportunity to everyone, right, out there, to this community, etc. And so we brought it back to legal as well as the leadership team to beef up, as they say, and strengthen this document in such a way that at any one time only 2 beats can be held by one single contractor. Yeah. Now, and again, back to the immediate family, as I had indicated to Councillor Duncan, Councillor Lang, is that we can definitely go back and provide a more thorough definition to immediate family that can be incorporated into the terms.
Supplemental, Councillor Lang?
Pardon?
Yeah, I think the definition of immediate family should be incorporated into here.
Councillor Duncan?
My only comment was I think I heard them say that this has gone through legal, so I'm assuming that sort of, they feel it's probably covered here, but if we want to check that once more, I'm okay.
And we can bring that up to legal as well and have that discussion with them, for sure.
Other comments? So at this point, if we're, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. I just wanted to add as well for consideration for council. There was a comment about whether, immediate family members even get along, that sort of thing. And I suggest it's important to remember that in the county's best interest, it's not only that actual conflict of interest, but it's also perceived or the appearance of conflict of interest that's very important to keep sight of. And I believe that's the intent of this document as well, is to cover that appearance of conflict.
Oh, thank you for that clarification. I know through my, as you were chatting about it, I was considering, okay, what does the Municipal Government Act say? Maybe that's our fallback, but I'll leave that to staff and administration to find us a path forward on that. So at this point, are we looking to then table this for, that for further information to come in on that?
I may make the suggestion too is that you could approve this, and I'll get Tracy's assistance on this, is approve this policy with the amendment that we include a definition to immediate family. And then potentially, yeah.
Yes, so the revised motion, thank you Tracy Lynn, that council approves amendments to the greater maintenance contract policy to include definition for immediate family.
And I believe that we don't need to bring it back, Tracy, again the next time or for approval, or, yeah. So I'll leave it to you if you would like us to bring it back for one more time or just approve it.
Or will this cover it for you? This covers it? All right.
Okay.
That is the intent, that once you add the definition for immediate family, that should cover it off. So we're just having a little bit of an amendment to that motion that council approves amendments to the greater maintenance contracts policy to include definition for immediate family and adopts the policy as amended. That is our new motion. All right, Councillor Lougheed.
I would make that motion.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are 5 minutes, 11:55. That seems like a great opportunity to take a half-hour break for lunch. And then we will return at 12:30. All right. If we're good to go. It is 12:40 and we're returning from lunch. We're moving into corporate services, 8.1 Core Backbone Project, 2020 to 2025, Phase 2 construction. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. There's quite a bit of detail in the agenda item. Certainly happy to answer any questions related to it, but I thought what I'd do is just kind of condense the theme of what the intent of this agenda item was. So to date, administration has been guided by council resolutions. Significant accomplishments have been realized with respect to council's broadband initiative. However, much still needs to be done to fulfill council's vision. The current status of the RFP that is referred to in the agenda item for the pre-qualification for vendors for phases 2 through 6, the construction. The status of that, administration is currently reviewing that. The target date for award for that RFP is this coming Friday. However, because we have that in front of us, we believe that this offers council an opportunity to discuss, reconfirm this vision that I referred to based on the information to be provided through a complete business plan for the entire project prior to commencing on a new phase of construction. So as noted in the agenda item, I'll touch on a few of the highlights. We see the key pieces of information to inform that business plan being the feedback from the ISPs that is currently underway. Our consultants are meeting with the ISPs, gathering their feedback, answering their questions, asking questions of their own, and we'll be compiling that information. And we intend to schedule a workshop likely mid-May to have our consultants come in and review with administration and council the elements of that feedback and the details provided. We see that as a key piece of information that will find its way into the business plan as well. Also, completion of phase 1, the Farrier project. We anticipate that over the next number of months, and the learnings from that project are also going to be a key piece of information for a business plan. And then thirdly, the UBF applications, both those that have been put in by Clearwater County, as well as other organizations that may present some partnership opportunities in the near future. So altogether, we're looking at those 3 key pieces of information as being integral to a business plan. And really, this is a chance, I think, for council to have some discussion, ask administration any questions. And what we're suggesting is council may want to, in fact, we're recommending council delay phase 2 until we can pull all that information together into a comprehensive business plan. And it could be a short delay if council feels that the ISP information is one of the most critical pieces. We intend to have that by mid-May. And if that gives council the comfort they're looking for, we could proceed after that. If council wants to see the entire business plan, we may or may not be able to proceed this construction year. So we're putting all of this in front of council. We're here to answer questions, but we're encouraging discussion on this opportunity as we see it.
Great, thank you. Mr. Emmons, anything you would like to add?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. I think Mr. Hagan spoke to it very well. From administration, we see this as a positive, an opportunity for council to have the discussion. For us to feel secure, we want to make sure you guys feel confident in your plan. So I look forward to council's dialogue and gauging out your comfort level.
All right. Mr. Hagan, did you have anything more?
No.
All right. Well, my fellow council members, staff, administration are asking us to do a pulse check. that's what we're gonna do today. Councillor Lang.
Mr. Hagan, based on your start of this discussion, I think maybe putting a pause on might be a good thing. I have a few questions. The UBF grant, when do you expect us to hear about that? That's the first question. Second question is, can you just clarify for us and the listening public exactly what Phase 2 is?
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. With respect to the first question, I don't know for sure when we're going to hear. I hope that we hear something in the next few months on the UBF applications. The federal government has been fairly timely in responding to the January 15th cutoff for that program. We hope that they will be just as timely with this section of applications as well. But I don't believe we've heard anything in terms of an update whatsoever. So I honestly can't tell you when, but I'm hoping within the next few months so that we can get going on it. And I'm sure other applicants are feeling the same way. With respect to Phase 2, if I miss anything, I'll ask Mr. McDonald to supplement, but it's essentially that leg of the core backbone project that would take us from Rocky Mountain House down through Caroline, Sundre to Olds and connect us to the gateway to Calgary ultimately through that route.
Right. Other questions or comments? Councillor Swanson?
I participated on day 2 of the Alberta Rural Broadband Connectivity Day, and the new CRTC Commissioner for Alberta Northwest Territories, Nirmala Naidu, was speaking, as well as our own RMA President, Paul McLaughlin, who has, they have partnered with this new entity in regards to the connectivity for all of Alberta. That was a very interesting day because not only were they talking about that broadband is a critically important for our province, especially for our rurals. We need to, if we press the pause, I'm okay with a short-term pause, but I am not, we can't miss construction season. And Paul McLaughlin kind of put it pretty eloquently. He said, you know, as an elected official, we can get our residents complaining about dust on the road and a bunch of things. He says, we got to think about broadband as road building because, and putting in the main lines is important. And so I look at that as our core Phase 2 or core infrastructure. Because he said, once you build the core infrastructure, and he's talking specifically about what we are Phase 2 and what has been outlined and what we've agreed to before, is that's what brings economic development. The business will come to the core backbone. They may not come to, you know, that's what they were talking about. And he was saying that there are, the technology is they're all saying technology is leapfrogging. When we first started down this path, we had no idea that Starlink was even going to be where it is today. So, although I can appreciate the pause, I am okay with going ahead with Phase 2 and going about it that way. And then once the information is collected with the ISPs and we have that workshop at a future date, continue on with what's going on. We think nothing, and I'm going to talk specifically about a road in my division, which is the Beaver Flat Road, which we're going to spend over $12 million on to upgrade. It needs to be done. But roads only last for so long. And I'm going to say 25, 30 years. They could last longer. Whereas this core backbone is going to last for 50 or 60 years. So we have a better return on our dollar. And if we just want to take this piece of it, $12 million for Beaver Flats Road, and we're gonna spend, I think you've outlined 4-ish million? Or $6 million, yeah, to go all the way to Olds. And we're going to, the key messaging on that, that day on that webinar was we need to think bigger than our own area, and by the partnerships with, I'm thinking Mountain View County, Town of Sundre, Olds, and then, you know, just for this particular part of the project. So I guess for me, I'm not in favor of a pause. I would like to continue to go. And as the information comes forward through the business plan and stuff, we can go on after that.
Other thoughts or comments? Councillor Duncan?
Just a question, our UBF applications don't involve the phase 2, is that correct? There's nothing that qualifies in the UBF for that?
Just the the
Fiber
core
to the home
backbones
part, yeah.
is just what we're sponsoring ourselves. The UBF is bolted on after.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that clarity. Other comments? Again, this is your opportunity to share your thoughts, your concerns, your ideas. Councillor Duncan.
Just trying to understand, the RFP this Friday is for pre-approved contractors. How does that commit us to doing any work past that? It would only just, like, what is the risk to us if we go forward with that and then pause on the actual construction itself, or are they linked together?
Mr. Hagan.
I would suggest, Councillor Duncan, it doesn't necessarily commit us to proceed with construction, but I think there is a risk of inconsistent communication and messaging. I think it creates an expectation if we award that RFP at this point and we're not certain we want to proceed right away. I think those things should go hand in hand so that we have a consistent message and then it lines up with our communication strategy around the broadband project as well. So I'm looking for that consistency. If council wants to proceed, we'll award the RFP to those vendors and we'll start talking to them about dates and moving forward. I would just be cautious of awarding it and then not communicating with them when we're gonna actually start digging.
Other thoughts or comments? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the comments from administration about the information that they expect to gather in a workshop sometime in mid-May. I think that information can and probably will be very useful in deciding how to proceed. And therefore, I would very much like to pause any awards until we go through that workshop. Also, coming back to the discussion around the Universal Broadband Fund and the interim solution to serve Nordegg, we're well aware that there are strong proposals to solve the Nordegg situation. And those proposals have been made through the Universal Broadband Fund for assistance with the funding. So there also, I think that we need to get some information coming back from the administrators of that Universal Broadband Fund as to what their timing is. And that one, I think we can delay a little bit. So for me to get to the workshop, thoroughly review all of the information we can gather to that point, I think will be very useful to this council. And that's directionally where I'd like to see the motion made today. Thank you.
Other comments? I know sometimes it takes a moment to digest it. I will say for myself, I think it's also, as we talk about messaging, it's important that we are able to have consistent messaging going out to the public. They're waiting to see where we're going with this. They're also looking at the order of things. And perhaps looking at a mid-May workshop, and it'll allow us and administration to get this in an order that makes sense. It'll also, I hope, give administration a little more time to catch your breath from all the various activities we've had you doing, because we have been aggressively pursuing solutions to broadband for well over 3 years. We're very close to, making a very significant step. We want to make sure that step is the correct one and that we're comfortable and proud of that step. I want to celebrate this because it's quite an accomplishment. That being said, I'd like to hear from the councillors we haven't heard from yet. And you know who you are. Councillor Lougheed.
Well, I would certainly like to celebrate our broadband successes as well. And I think key to that and what I've heard is that the feedback from ISPs is critical to this being a successful broadband. So I think it would be useful to delay at least till we hear that feedback from them and the path forward. That would be useful for me in the decision-making process.
Thank you for sharing, even though I prodded you a little bit. I'm going to prod the other side of me. Councillor Hoven.
I've always been a big believer in proper process, so I am good with the postponement. I do want to get all the ducks in the row so we can make sure we know we're making the right step. So I'm in support of the staff recommendation.
Now, to be clear, the staff recommendation says also to allow for the completion of the business plan. I've heard short-term postponement, a level of comfort there. And I've heard also from administration, the completion of that business plan could take a number of months. If you wouldn't mind clarifying that for us, that might be helpful as well, because perhaps that's beyond where our comfort of postponement is.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. I agree. Our current projection is probably 4 to 6 months for completion of that business plan. And for clarity, that is a business plan that will take council right through the duration of the project, all the phases of the project. Not just a business plan, a phase at a time, but rather the whole project. The reason I say 4 to 6 months is to allow for completion and analysis of the information that we've gathered from the phase 1 pilot project. The feedback from the ISPs, as we've talked about, hope to have that by mid-May. And then the unknown variable is the UBF grants and where they're at in terms of those application approvals. If those come quickly, that could speed up our process, but I just don't know about that one. So I would think, 4 months probably at the earliest, but potentially 6 if those UBF application awards are delayed.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Councillor Lang.
Mr. Hagan, I'm just wondering with this pilot project, and that's only a few homes, I think it's 10 or so homes in a subdivision, are you going to be able to extrapolate enough information from that small pilot project to have an accurate business plan for the entire county?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Lang. And I believe that the information that we'll gather from phase 1 will be sufficient, along with the new information that we're learning through drafting the plans for the rest of the project. The activities that our IT department has undertaken with respect to this project in terms of issuing and awarding an RFP for all the fiber for the entire project, as well as all the conduit. Buying on those larger scales, what we're able to see is what's the differentiation between that small pilot project in terms of pricing and the bigger project. Where are those economies of scale coming in? So coupling that information together, I think, is going to vastly improve the quality of our business plan. As well, we've nailed down some of those amounts. So the cost of fiber and conduit isn't an unknown anymore. We know what it is. So even though the business plan itself is at best an estimate of what could happen, we do have some of those variables nailed down. So I think the whole thing is a continuous improvement process. So to succinctly answer your question, phase one is a key piece, and we will get some key information from that. Can we just extrapolate everything from that? Absolutely not. But we need to compare that to what we know today, to the estimates we're still building in, and pull that together for council's review.
All right, thank you. Other thoughts or comments? Oh, Councillor Duncan?
I see the value in a slight pause here till we hear or have a chance to hear the feedback from the ISPs. And at that time, I would be more inclined to whether we further pause or not on the Nordig or the, on the phase two portion of this project. So willing to wait that long and go through that process.
So I'm hearing mid-May.
Mid-May is whenever it's available then.
Looking for that information back from the ISPs.
Yeah. I really don't want to miss another construction season. I'm hoping we'll have enough information at that time to at least undergo phase two or not. And potentially get some more background on the UBF applications as well.
That's certainly the hope.
And it maybe it's time for us to start prodding at our MP or something because that information is far too slow coming back from the federal government. Some projects are being approved and we don't know why those ones even were considered or not that they're not worth merit, but that, why did some get approved and others, we don't even know if they're in the queue or not. So it's a very vague process I'm finding the federal approval on these.
Well, Mr. Hagan.
In the spirit of Councillor Duncan's comments, what I would suggest is that administration could bring an updated agenda item back to the first council meeting following that workshop and provide an update on some of these key elements for council's consideration.
Sounds like an appropriate way forward. I'm going to keep doing round robin here then. Councillor Lougheed.
I would have just one more question on our court, or the core backbone, phase two. The anticipation would be this would be a construction year. It wouldn't actually be operational in this first year. So we're not really delaying people's access to that. We're just delaying the construction of that for this month or whatever we're looking at here right now.
Mr. McDonald.
Sorry. Construction and it depends how fast, of course, we get down to those spots on how active we could be this year, but we would like to, obviously light up as much as we could. I would hope that we could get some stuff done before Christmas, that we would be lighting up, but realistically, it's probably in the new year. It just depends on equipment and everything else that's coming in very slowly nowadays.
But I guess just as a sub, we would have the capacity to light it from this end in the interim as well, if we didn't reach all the way to the data center.
Yeah, the intent is to light for the Farrier project so that we can go forward and learn those lessons as we go forward with that. So we would be looking at lighting it up at this end first, and then the redundant system would be in place for the new year.
And I guess I could assume kind of the same thing for the interim solution to Nordig. It would be
We could light that
not
up
necessarily something functional
Yeah, something
immediately.
functional would be good this year
Right.
for it without doing phase two. Yes, we could do that.
Yeah, well, as I said before, I'm on board with having a slight pause to gather more information from our ISPs and ensure that we've covered as many bases as we can at this point of time. And it's always frustrating with other levels of government to understand their decision-making process and how it affects our decision-making process. But my hope is that we know sooner than later, and that helps definitely with us moving forward on a very valuable project.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think the pause to the workshop in May is important to provide direction as we go forward. And certainly I'm expecting a significant construction endeavor in the last half of the year. So I think our commitment needs to remain solid on that front, but we need to make sure that we have the inputs and the full discussion before moving forward.
Councillor Lang?
Yes, I'm certainly in favor of a pause. The workshop is needed. Being able to hear from the ISP providers is needed. We need to find where we are with the UBF grants. And so I'm all in favor of a pause for phase two and for the Nordig wireless at this point as well.
Councillor Hoven?
I didn't mean to turn my light on.
Well, that's all right. I'm doing a round robin. I'm just asking you if you're in favor of a pause or postponement until mid-May workshop for ISP input and potential UBF update.
Well, like I said earlier, I am in favor of a pause, a postponement.
Okay, just confirming. Last but not least, Councillor Swanson.
I'm sorry, Tracy. Thank you. As I said earlier, I'm okay with the go forward to go to Olds phase two. And because I look at this as, it's a key regardless of what we do with anything. And the UBF grant doesn't, it's an overlay of that particular project. And so I'm okay to go forward.
So no need to pause.
No need to pause.
Okay.
And as far as the Nordig end of things, yes, we are having more information come forward, that has not changed. So to me, that's great. And as far as the ICF's input, I guess I'm looking at it as, yeah, we have some existing, but there's going to be other ISPs that will want to come and work within our county borders once we start getting this up. And I look forward to it, actually. I think it's great. So the existing ISPs can give us some information, but from what I've seen from my day of watching the digital futures, there were ISPs that are approached, for example, the town of Viking, that were from Camrose, and we're helping with that particular broadband solution there. So, and it was a wireless solution, which was great. So there's going to be an opportunity for further competition, which I think is awesome.
Very well, that brings it to myself to weigh in on this. I'm very torn. Very torn. Our council is given direction to move forward, but I also recognize the importance of input from our ISPs. I know how important it is to get the order of things right. I know how important it is that we are transparent with our community and ensure that they are also understanding of how we're moving forward, and that they have a big vested interest in the success of this project. I recognize that phase 2 really is that trunk of the tree, as it were. It is the piece that we need regardless. And I believe that hasn't changed. I do understand we do need to take that momentary pause, and I am in favor of only a momentary pause, which will take us to mid-May in government speak, which will allow us to get that ISP input, hopefully get some information back from Universal Broadband Fund applications, maybe even a little bit more about how this program is working with low orbit satellites, and if there's an opportunity for partnerships there. There is a lot going on, and I think that would allow our council to have a sense of confidence and, I hope, celebration when we move forward. And I am saying when, because we need to be going forward. I don't think that the resolve of this council has changed in that. I think we are resolved in moving this program forward for the economic development and betterment of the quality of life our community absolutely deserves. So that is 6 of us saying we'll take that pause. I want to thank Tracy Lynn. It looks like you've already put something up for us to make a motion that council postpones the construction of the core backbone project 2020 to 2025. I think you need to just say phase 2, pending, but maybe it's not, I'll leave that. Pending completion of council workshop scheduled for mid-May, review of input, internet service providers, and determination of recent Universal Broadband Fund applications. Wow, that was lots. Mr. Hagan.
Maybe a suggestion or two, Reeve. I agree that we should add a reference to phase 2 specifically. Thank you. And then I would suggest that the determination may tie council's hands more than they intend. I would suggest an update on the applications, potentially. Because determination may well not be available yet.
Yeah, so we could simply just change out that one word to update.
Yep.
Thank you for that clarification. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
My question is, do we need a separate motion here relative to the interim solution for Nordegg, or is that included in this?
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. I would suggest that that could be added in after the phase 2, if council would like it to be part of this as well. Do you have a comment?
So what do we call that? Phase 2 and Nordegg interim?
Just to clarify, with the project, we're going to be building a tower, and that goes to Nordegg, through other towers and whatnot. But part of the solution that's out in Ferrier is we're building a tower for wireless access for that area. So the interim solution will, it's sort of a mixed thing now. So I don't know how we could separate that. Maybe your thoughts, Murray?
Mr. Hagan?
I would suggest that the tower that we're building for phase 1 is part of the phase 1 project, and I would just suggest we use wording here that would be anything supplemental for that interim solution to Nordegg beyond phase 1.
Be paused, okay.
Yep.
Just trying to think of, because we created the tower for a specific height to get to Nordegg, and we don't need a high tower to service the Ferrier area. So I'm just trying to balance that out.
I think we can sort that out.
I was just going to say, this sounds
Yeah.
like something administrative.
Yes.
It doesn't sound like governance.
No, it's just,
But thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
I think you're quite capable of figuring out the height of a tower. We're just telling you, we just want to sort of put a pause on a couple things here to allow us a little bit of time and allow administration to catch their breath. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
I think certainly we understand the discussion that has been provided, the clarity we received from administration on this. So it's, in this motion, it's phase 2 and the interim Nordegg. And we understand that as being the additional towers as you would go to Nordegg.
Okay.
So I think we just put phase 2 and the interim Nordegg project.
There you go. Okay, we'll have to see how I do on this now. That council postpones the construction of the core backbone project 2020 to 2025, phase 2, and the interim Nordegg solution pending completion of a council workshop scheduled for mid-May, review of input from internet service providers, and an update of recent Universal Broadband Fund applications. I think that encapsulates it very well. Any other last minute thoughts? I'm going to go to Councillor Duncan. You look a little pensive, or are you good?
I'm okay. We could have done two resolutions, but one will work here.
Yeah, it's a little wordy, but we got there. All right. Who would like to make that particular motion? You know what? I will. I will today. I always let everybody else have the fun. It's my turn. I will make that motion. Any other thoughts or comments? Councillor Duncan, I see your light is still on. Okay, just making sure I don't leave anybody out. Councillor Swanson.
I guess my comment is it's more along the same lines as Councillor Duncan. It could have been two motions, and I understand, because for me, I'm split. It's an all or none for me in this particular. I'm okay with pausing Nordegg, but I would like to continue on with phase 2. So for me, it's a split vote.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. I've got the motion made. I might have jumped the gun, but there it is. Those in favor? That is 6. Those opposed to 1. Thank you for your understanding, Councillor Swanson, and I appreciate that you would have liked to have carried on forward. Is there any other information that administration would like from council with regard to this workshop? I know for me, I would like a little bit more on how we can work with low orbit satellites for in the workshop. But if there's other information, please ask us now. You got us now. Mr. McDonald.
Definitely lower satellites, so sort of a review you'd like on where the situation is, if it's out of beta or when it's coming out of beta as an example. And what are their sort of future plans? I think that's what I would expect.
That would be great.
The ISP's portion of it, there'll be a report from our engineering firm. Is that expected, or would we want more detail?
Mr. Hagan?
Sorry.
Thank you, Reeve. I would suggest that we invite the engineers to come and speak to the report and answer questions that council may have as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Invite. And I
Very
guess
well.
the other question is there anything else that you want at the meeting?
Okay, I'm going to go Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, this phase 2 terminates in Olds. ONET would definitely have a part in that. I think it would be very important to have a representative from ONET at this meeting. there are contractual and other understandings that are very important to going forward here.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
I would like to see somebody from communications in that particular meeting because we do have to follow up with public information. So if we could have somebody from communications as well.
Councillor Swanson, you're speaking to my heart. We absolutely need to get this message out there and be consistent about it. If there is no other comments, I think that administration has got a good idea of what we're looking for. And thank you again for taking time with our council to ensure we've got the right order of things and ensure we have not only confidence with our decision, but that administration has confidence in the way forward and that our public, our residents have confidence in the decisions that we are making as well. So I very much appreciate this. That brings us to item 8.2. Direction for 2021 Clearwater County tax rates. That's always fun. So, Ms. Sharan.
Sorry, Dre. Good afternoon, Council. Administration is asking for direction from Council in regard to preparing for the first reading of the tax rate bylaw for 2021. Alberta residents, and more specifically Clearwater County residents and ratepayers, have been navigating a global pandemic for more than 12 months now. This has put financial and social pressure on many individuals in our community. Unfortunately, fiscal decisions still need to be made and services still need to be provided. Alberta uniquely has the pressures of the oil and gas industry collapse, compounded by the economic hardships encountered by many businesses and individuals as a result of COVID-19. Although these seem to be slowly recovering, as the COVID-19 virus mutates in the future, further restrictions are unknown. It is hard to predict where economic drivers will be 3, 6, or 12 months from now. As was the case last year, Council has many difficult decisions to make regarding this year's tax rate bylaw. As you try not to add significantly to the financial burden of the ratepayers of this municipality while balancing paying for the services provided by the municipality to its ratepayers. Let's talk about penalty dates and the due date and how they relate to each other. In the MGA, Section 332, taxes are deemed imposed on January 1st of the year they are to be levied. So 2021 taxes are deemed imposed on January 1st, 2021. Tax collection begins with the tax installment plan program members on the last business day of January, or at any time that a ratepayer chooses to submit payment for any role. Taxes are deemed due upon receipt of the tax notice, and penalty dates can be different for each municipality. In Section 344 of the MGA, it states no penalty can be applied before 30 days after the mail date. Some municipalities mail their notices as soon as they have the information from the province regarding their provincial school requisition. However, Clearwater County chooses to wait until later in the spring to send theirs. For 2021, we are recommending a mail date of May 21st. Current typical penalty dates and rates are September 15th at 8% and December 15th for 4%. In 2020, Council adjusted the penalty dates for tax arrears to November 6th at 8% and December 15th for 4% for 2020 tax payments. One of the things that this schedule of rates does is allow carrying of tax arrears from December 15th until September 15th of the following year with no additional penalty. Administration recommends that Council discuss different options for penalty dates and the impacts of any changes. Our overall provincial school requisition remained relatively stable in 2021 from 2020. However, our assessment base increased in the machinery and equipment class and decreased in all other classes. Machinery and equipment class is exempt from provincial school requisition. This means we have a smaller assessment base to spread the school requisition over, and the rate will have to increase slightly to collect the same amount of school tax as the previous year. Clearwater County has not received the numbers broke out into residential and non-residential classes yet, so we are unable to calculate specific rates for each class at this time. The second thing council needs to consider is the municipal tax levy or rate itself. The 2020 assessed values are used to collect the municipal levy when multiplied by the tax rate set by council. In 2020, taxable assessed values, which is used to calculate the 2020 tax levy, overall dropped from just over 7 billion to just under at 6,970,670,700 dollars, which is down just over $51 million in assessment. And although this tells a bit of a declining story, it isn't the whole story. It's the mixture of the properties that tell more of the details. We will bring more detailed information back to council at the next meeting once these details are known. Budget-wise for 2021, we budgeted for a slightly less revenue, or $210,000 less than 2020, but a less conservative collection rate, meaning that we would collect more taxes in 2021 than in 2020. Also, for clarification, assessment values could have changed from 2019 assessed value to 2020 assessed value for each individual property, depending what has happened at each particular location. These changes would also affect the balance owing by each individual ratepayer on each of these requisitions or levies, and thereby affect the overall increase or decrease of a property tax bill. So what administration is looking for is your general sense of if you think you want to keep the tax rate the same. Are you looking at changing any of the penalty dates, just so that we can get the first draft of the tax rate bylaw in front of you for next meeting? That doesn't mean you can't change your mind at the next meeting. It just means that we want to try to get it somewhat where you would like to see it for the first meeting.
Well, that's a lot, and thank you for bringing that forward. I look back and I reflect upon 3 years ago when we first zeroed out the tax rate. And I remember saying that this was the rainy day and that we would dip into what I called at that time the rainy day fund, and that would be the sustainability or
tax rate stabilization.
Stabilization, thank you, fund, and we did. A year later, last year, I said it felt like it was hailing, and we once again dipped into the stabilization fund. I don't know what you call this year other than a nasty blizzard. And I fear we don't know where the end of the blizzard is, or what direction that this particular blizzard is coming from, or where it's going to. So at the very least, if not reducing taxes, we need to at least zero them again. And once again, look back into our tax rate stabilization fund and dip into, it's now in my mind, the blizzard fund. That being said, I look to my fellow councillors for your compassion, for your understanding, as we try to continue to find the way forward for a difficult decision and still maintain the high quality of services that we have been able to provide while still zeroing out in the past 2 years. Councillor Duncan.
Could you refresh my memory, Rhonda? When we completed our budget for 2021, we had the same tax rate as last year? Or did we just assume the same assessment as last year? I can't remember how we zeroed the budget. We did dip into tax rate stabilization, did we not, for that as well?
Yes, we budgeted for about 400,000 to come out of the tax rate stabilization.
In order to balance the budget?
Yes.
With the same tax rate
With
as last?
yeah, a 0% tax rate increase.
But we didn't know all the assessment at that time though either, right?
Well, assessment changes throughout the year still. Even though we know what the 2020 assessment is at the point that we create the tax rate bylaw, if there are changes or appeals to those assessment rates or those assessment numbers, those numbers can change throughout the year.
Okay, but typically not a significant change.
Not significant, no.
Okay. So, and having said that, I'm, fairly comfortable with how we ended up on the budget, which was a 0%, or, same tax rate as last year, which is a 0% increase, and we will hopefully cover the adjustments to assessments through the tax rate stabilization or some other means as we balance the budget. Even potentially with carryover which help us a lot in the 2020 to 2021 turnover. So.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson?
Couple of questions, just for clarification. So when you talk about the machinery and equipment class that's exempt from the school requisition, they are also the same class that has been given the 3-year hiatus on the new, for taxes, on new portions of that?
It's the entire designated industrial property that's given the 3-year hiatus, but it doesn't pertain to the 2020 assessment year, which is what's used to calculate 2021. So there are additions to assessment in linear, but a decrease in the M&E. And both of those classes would receive the 3-year starting next year.
Okay, so follow up, when you talk about the, when you've mentioned here that we adjusted the penalty dates, was there any challenges for those particular changes last year? Should we continue on? What's your recommendation, or should we go back to I just don't want to create any more confusion with our ratepayers, I guess. So.
Yeah, I think there was maybe some confusion. Mostly it was okay because the penalty date was extended. The only thing is that with no penalty from December 15th of 2019 to November of 2020, there's no incentive to pay.
Right.
So that would be my only concern, and I would hope you would discuss that and let me know.
Okay. So upon answering those questions, I'm okay with going back to our regular dates of September 15th and December 15th.
Thank you, and I believe that we had a learning opportunity last year, and I think that warrants some additional discussion about dates and penalty dates. Councillor Lang?
I just need clarification, Rhonda. The 3-year hiatus on the DIP property, does that start 2022?
2021 assessment year, 2022 tax year, so
Okay.
this assessment year.
So potentially, going forward in the future, it become more difficult.
Well, your assessment base will depreciate because that's how the assessment is calculated for DIP properties with no way to incorporate growth. So the assessment base will likely shrink over the next 3 years.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Inevitably, if you're not allowed to grow it and it's depreciating, it's shrinking.
Yes.
Councillor Lougheed?
Just furthering my understanding of the dip or the hiatus, that means that at the end of 3 years, those properties would come into the assessment then?
That's my understanding,
And
yes.
they are not able to depreciate their asset in this period of time?
I don't understand how the calculation is for 2020.
So I'm just looking here that we will have, in 3 years from now, we will have an accumulation of assessment that should come and start to be assessed from our view at that point in time?
As long as there is growth in those assessment classes within Clearwater County, that would be the case, yes.
Thank you.
If all things remain equal and the province doesn't decide to make something temporary permanent, we may be okay. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Just wanted to offer a couple of points of clarification. First, Councillor Lougheed, we still haven't heard from the province yet how they're going to inform us of these adjustments. We're hoping that we get to at least see what the growth is each year, even if we can't levy taxes on it. Then we at least know what we're dealing with. So my my expectation would be that we'd have that information, build it into our assessment base with a 0% municipal tax rate. Excuse me. So we're waiting to find out more information on that. We'll share it with council when we can. Getting back to Councillor Duncan's questions about the tax rate at budget time. To be clear, we don't even get into the detail of the tax rate at that time. We talk with council about tax revenue, the gross number. And while Ron is correct, we gather as much information as we can at that time about what we think is happening with the assessment, just to make sure there's no serious surprises coming. If we think things are relatively stable there, then we're more comfortable going with a relatively consistent revenue amount. If we saw the assessments were potentially decreasing substantially, we'd recommend bringing that revenue figure down. Otherwise, it's potentially going to end up in an increase in a tax rate. So just to be clear, and we often get questions at budget time, what's happening with the tax rate? Well, it's too early to tell because we don't have the other side of the equation yet, being the assessment base. So those two, this is where they come together now, where we know the assessment base, we know what council has budgeted for that gross revenue figure. Now we can put them together and give council some options as to what the rate might look like based on those components.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Oh, sorry, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. The other thing I just wanted to bring up for council's acknowledgement, I guess, is some of the discussions going on between us and our municipal neighbors. Some of those agreements are not in the current budget, and so would weigh into future conversations. So I truly don't want to blindside council. So that needs to be in the back of your mind without breaking confidentiality. Can't get into details, of course, but those agreements could have an impact.
Thank you for that reminder. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to make an observation about this freezing of the tax assessment for our M&E and linear, the DIP group. The freezing of these taxes, or this assessment, was based upon an emergency situation for the oil and gas industry. And that emergency situation related to the dropping of oil prices from, world oil prices, WTI prices from the 60s down to well below zero, and certainly spending some time in the 10s, 20s, and 30s dollars per barrel. The price of oil, as you know, is back above $60. We have returned to the point we were before this emergency was announced. There is no apparent need to do this, to freeze that assessment. And I think we need to, through our associates in the RMA, to work to have that hiatus lifted.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, are you suggesting a resolution for RMA from us?
I guess I would first like to dialogue with the RMA on this, where they are, and then decide what resolution might be appropriate. And if one was appropriate, I would be prepared to pursue that.
Very well. Just looking for that clarity. Out of curiosity, I mean, we've had a letter that came from the Taxpayers Association asking us to reduce the taxes. What is, and you may have to just ballpark this, what does 1% work out for us in collection of taxes? What number or value is that approximately? Sorry, Ms. Sharan? What I'm looking for is for every 1%, it is how much time, much money?
If it's a general 1% reduction across the board, it's just under 500,000.
So for round numbers, 1% means 500,000 less in the budget.
Yes.
Or in the tax collection.
Tax revenue, yeah.
Tax revenue, all right. I understand, go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Sorry, it's just subsequent to that question, though. When you say 1% ask the 1% reduction, and Rhonda, your answer is 500,000, that's for all tax classes?
Yep.
That's not specifically
Correct.
for residential?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
For confirmation, and I guess that's where I'm building up on understanding this, 90% of our taxes are collected from industrial type of residential, and farms are 10%.
It's probably more like 1585 right now, but
Okay.
yeah, that's good analysis.
Councillor Duncan?
Please refresh my memory. That request was made for the businesses of Clearwater County, was it not? Not for residential taxes that the Taxpayers Association was asking for?
I think it was across the board,
Across the board?
yes. Mr. Emmons, and I know I'm asking you to just recall, I believe that you emailed a response back to the Taxpayers Association with regard to their request and their letter looking for us to reduce taxes. I think you also identified that while we zeroed taxes for those years, inflation continued to go past us, which equaled, as I recall, about 4.5%, which still leaves us as one of the lower tax rates in Alberta. I don't know what percentage that leaves us at. Would staff know? Are we in the bottom 25%? Are we below that? Where are we in relation to others?
I haven't done I haven't had staff do a survey lately, but maybe Rick.
I guess, Reeve Laird, if you don't mind, the correspondence you're talking about from the CCTA is 11.2 in the correspondence attached to this agenda.
Oh, thank you.
So it speaks to that. And as far as our current standing, you're absolutely correct. I did put together an email and respond back to Ms. Cole in regard to your correspondence, just stating how this council has endeavored to be fiscally responsible and hold it zero whenever possible. And in fact, that has fallen, and I do believe you're right, it was 4.3, 4.4% below inflationary over the last 3 years. As far as our standing, the last RMA survey that I saw did put us in the bottom 25%. Now, that could be up to 3 years old now, but given our positioning, I can't see that changing an awful lot.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reva. And to that, I'd add a qualification for council's consideration is that wherever the assessment is based on market value, you can't look at the rate alone for information. So for instance, if we were to compare ourselves to Lacombe County, they have a very high assessment base. They can effectively lower their tax rate and collect the same amount of revenue as we would. And if you only looked at the tax rate, it could be very deceiving. So you have to consider that where the market comes into play is you got to bring that whole equation together. And while tax rate is one level of comparison, I would qualify that.
Thank you for that clarification. I just know that we've had this letter of request and it warrants discussion. You know, we know that folks are hurting. We know that businesses are struggling. We know that every dollar that you don't have to spend on taxes could possibly be spent on other things. Maybe it's building up your own business or your farm or feeding your family. We know that. So this is not a decision that this council makes lightly. It is all things considered, including the request from CTA to look at, can we reduce this? I think it's important to note that we are having those thoughts and those considerations. And thank you for clarifying, for every 1%, that's 500,000, and of that 500,000, 10 or 15% is what's coming from your farm, your residents, your acreage. Do we know how much we have in outstanding unpaid oil and gas taxes at the moment?
I was just thinking that I should have had that number handy and I don't.
Well, we wouldn't want to not keep you on your toes.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Mr. Hagan?
Although I don't have that answer either, I'm sorry, but we will make a note to bring that to the next meeting for information. And as well, just to let council know that we'll be bringing forward recommendations for the reserve transfers and an update on the 2020 surplus as well. So that will also help to provide information for council.
Thank you. So we have a motion that is up there, and we've got about half of it where we seem to be circling around the zero tax increase. Or we can look at reducing it. Is there affinity to reduce it, or are we saying stay at zero? Councillor Duncan?
Further, just to what Murray was talking, this, the bylaw to reflect a 0% tax increase or tax rate, that should just be tax increase there, shouldn't it, in our resolution?
Trying not to confuse things further, this one is specific to tax rate now. When we do budget, we just talked about tax revenue. Now we can talk tax rate. And this is exactly what Rhonda needs direction on, is what percentage rate to put in there for the draft. So that's correct the way it is.
Tax rate increase.
So I guess I'll go back to my original statement then. Our 2021 budget used the same tax rate as 2020, right?
No.
It didn't.
We budgeted, Clearwater County budgeted for a $210,000 reduction in tax revenue. So
But that was
slightly
based on
lower.
assessment or based on tax rate?
We just based that on overall revenue.
Yes.
We weren't sure if the assessment was what the assessment was going to do. And we thought possibly it might decrease slightly. And if we kept rate at the same rate, then came out with about $210,000 tax revenue decrease.
Okay, all right, and that, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with going zero here, and we will figure out when we know the true assessment, how we're going to
Right,
do that shortfall or that surplus, depending on what the assessment is.
right.
As for penalty dates, I guess I'm okay with sticking with the continuing for another year at December, what was last year's? It was December 15th at 4%, or sorry, November 6th at 8% and December 15th at 4%.
Right, that was the first Friday in November.
Right.
And then keeping December 15th the same.
That's the second one.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. I do think though we should look at, so when we assess that November 6th penalty date, that would be on all outstanding, or is that only on the current
Yes.
tax years outstanding?
No, that's on all outstanding.
So if they have previous years in there, they're getting an additional 8% on any previous year's unpaid taxes.
And the other thing that, for consideration could be an additional penalty in January or February. It's just that it's a long time to go from December
Right.
or April or something that's just before we levy. You don't want to have it mix in with the new levy, so if you wanted to put an additional penalty date, you could do that somewhere between January 1st and March 31st.
Right, I guess, putting something out there at this point, I would be inclined to do, instead of another additional 8% on November 6th, I would say, an additional 4% in the mid-year and another 4% on those outstanding years' taxes. I don't know if that's making sense to. Right now, the system will give them will give them penalty on
everything.
everything that's outstanding. If you want to put more pressure on them to pay that outstanding, then we should assess some of that penalty before the November 6th deadline. So I would suggest not, if you set an 8% penalty, then they're gonna really be doubled up because it's gonna be 8% then and 8% more in November. So that's why I suggested that if we want to have another penalty day, which is say March 31st or something like that, then that would be 4% with an additional 4% on November 6th to those outstanding arrears that are more than 1 year old.
And I guess for me, for clarity and simplicity, I'd be more inclined to just go back to the September and the December. We had a learning opportunity last year, and then we're back to, that's how it's been historically. It's less confusing. It isn't extra dates. And that's just my thoughts on it. But
I'm fine with that as well. I just, let's set a direction. I guess one of the question was then, we did have properties that were scheduled for sale. Did any of those properties get sold this year because the taxes were not paid? Or did they eventually all come in and make enough of a payment to warrant the cancellation of those sales?
All the ones eligible for sale were paid.
Were paid.
Yeah.
So people are finding ways eventually to do that. So considering that, and I look at me, I've generated more confusion than I intended to here, I would suggest we go back to the September 15th, December 15th penalty days.
okay, so I have you as a yes for 0 and yes for September 15th and December 15th as proposed. Mr. Hagan?
Not to confuse things more, but just an observation for council's consideration. Mrs. Serhan is absolutely correct that we're seeing this as a motivator and a very valid decision factor, particularly not so much spread across all taxpayers, but for the large taxpayers that are either choosing not to pay their taxes or having cash flow challenges right now. She's absolutely right. If they get past that December penalty date, there's no incentive for them to pay before next September. And that means we need to be prepared to be without that money. It would be out of the goodness of their heart that they'd actually cough up the money. So that's why we're encouraging council to have a discussion around this. I agree that this is consistent with past practice, but this is one of the effects that wasn't so prevalent before, but we're seeing a trend now. Where these large payers are looking and saying, this just doesn't make sense, we've got other bills to pay. And the county is left waiting, so food for thought.
And I appreciate that perspective, and I guess from a very similar perspective, I find it annoying that we are penalizing the good folks who pay their, pay their taxes on time, while some that are taking their time, it feels like we are carrying them, and that's not appropriate either. So I'm going to carry on with my round robin to Councillor Lougheed, 0 rate, and September 15 and December 15.
I'm much more comfortable with the September 15th deadline. I do like the idea of there being some sort of a serial penalty, so it's not all at once. So if there is some way to divide that, the subsequent penalty into more steps, it might create an incentive. I can see that as being useful as a trend. As far as the tax rate, I guess something that I'd be interested in is actually understanding where our tax rate stabilization reserve fund is at the moment, and the ability of us to be able to maintain that, as well as use it for this rainy day or blizzard fund that we've used it for over the last number of years. So if there was a little update on where we've been and where we're at with that account, that'd be useful for me.
Mr. Hagan?
And Councillor Lougheed, that will be coming to the next meeting.
Thank you. So in the interim, certainly I'd like to reflect a 0% rate at this time.
Sounds good. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, I support the comments that have been made. I'm happy with the 0% tax rate as the base here. September 15th, 8%, December 15th, 4%, and March 31st, 4%, to reflect some of what Councillor Lougheed has just spoken of, and to recognize what our administration has commented, that our system is being used by some. And I think it doesn't have to be an 8% increase March 31st, but I think a 4% might tip the scale there.
That's cumulative, correct?
You bet.
Okay,
Compound.
compounding.
Interest.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess just as I
Councillor Lougheed.
As I was understanding the presentation earlier, though, our taxes are actually assessed as of January, is it January the 1st, even though we don't pay them or start paying them till after the tax notice? So would that mean that people are, as far as that March deadline, that they would be unaware of the taxes they owed at that point of time and be due to a penalty? Or are we just waiting for the tax notice to come out?
Ms. Sherhan?
The first penalty date cannot be applied before 30 days after the mail date. So whatever date the assessment notices go out, the first penalty date is, has to be 30 days after that.
Mr. Hagan?
And to further clarify that, we would make sure that the wording is clear in our notices, that it applies to the prior balance, not the current balance. As well, if I could just take this opportunity to correct myself, we're going to give you that reserve information before the next meeting. We've actually got it scheduled on the agenda for the strategic planning meeting next week. So you will have it sooner than that.
Thank you. Councillor Lang. Zero rate, September 15th, December 15th, and March 31st are the dates. Okay. Councillor Hoven.
I'm good with this.
Okay. Councillor Swanson.
I'm in agreement.
I'm in agreement with the dates, penalty dates. I am curious. Zero is kind of my maximum. What does that look like if we can reduce the tax rate even by a few percent? It may help. I also recognize, that being said, I worry that the folks out there who are taking advantage of this situation that we are carrying, especially the outstanding oil and gas, that bothers me. So I will give that contemplation, as I recognize that the majority, and I agree with the zero at the very least, if we can't reduce some taxes and take a little bit of burden off of the businesses. I recognize we're all struggling. So for now, it's zero, but I am interested in seeing what we can do to reduce taxes. Ms. Sherhan? We'll just take a moment. Ms. Sherhan?
Thank you for that. That gives me a place to start building the bylaw, and then, of course, there will be discussion at next meeting, and I assume that second and third readings would be made at the following meeting. So we're not rushing through this. We want to take our time and make sure we get it right.
All right, thank you very much. That means that we, Councillor Duncan?
And just, I think it's part of our presentation, but we will see the annual inflation rate at that day as well? Or could we see that, just to give us some idea of what a 0% tax rate does in terms of the inflationary effect as well?
No, and I appreciate that clarification, because until Mr. Emmons had kind of put it in writing, I hadn't realized, you know, when we're zeroing out year after year, the rest of the world's carrying on forward in the inflation. So it changes where we sit in the world as we compare ourselves. So I appreciate having that additional information myself and knowing what's in that tax rate stabilization. As I said, now it's not the fun blizzard account like you get from DQ. It's kind of the scary one, and you go outside and you can't catch your breath. All right, thank you very much. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Thank you for that reminder about the inflation rates. I think it was just this morning on the Business Channel, or it might have been yesterday morning. They announced that the producer price index was 0.6% in 1 month, higher than expectations. So if we are sitting at zero, in this time, in the next year or two, all of the economists are expecting significant inflation. This would be very difficult to achieve. So let's be thoughtful. Thank you.
So we need a motion that council directs administration to draft a 2021 tax rate bylaw to reflect 0% tax rate increase and penalty dates for tax arrears as September 15th at 8%, December 15th at 4%, and March 31st, that would be 2022, at 4%. All right, that was a lot there. Who would like to make that motion? Councillor Duncan? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. We look forward to hearing back from our staff. Thank you again for bringing a difficult subject back to light. Well, that was a lot. Would everybody like about a 10-minute stretch? All right, perfect. We're going to take a break. it is 10 after 2, and we're moving on to point 9 from the CAO's office. 9.1, appointment of interim chief administrative officer. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So the staff recommendation before council today, the council appoint Mr. Murray Hagan as the interim chief administrative officer as established by Clearwater County Bylaw 1049/18 for the term effective April 17th, 2021, until a new chief administrative officer is appointed by council. So as council is aware, I will be retiring. My last day will be April 17th, 2021. Council is going through a recruitment process for a new CAO. However, that process is anticipated to take another 2 to maybe 3 months yet. Council appointed Mr. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services, as Deputy CAO, effective May 22nd, 2018. Although council appointed a Deputy CAO, the wording in Bylaw 1049 is specific to the absence of the CAO rather than the vacancy of the position. Therefore, it is recommended to appoint an interim CAO to meet the legislative requirements of the MGA, Section 205, subsection 2. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. At one point, there was a little bit of confusion, and I appreciate staff's energies in helping us understand that we can't just anticipate that the deputy CAO can just take over. We need to actually name him. Mr. Hagan, you are the lucky recipient of this job and the interim as being outlined in this agenda item. So we're just looking for a motion that council appoint Murray Hagan as interim CAO as established by Clearwater County Bylaw 1049/18 for the term effective April 17th, 2021 until the new CAO is appointed by council. I will make that motion. Any thoughts or comments? Those in favor? That's carried 7-0. And thank you, Murray. Mr. Hagan, we appreciate your assistance in this, what I'll call gap between our current CAO, 3 days left, and the next one. We are certainly working through the process. And we feel that we are getting closer to resolution on that, but we do need a little bit more time. And whoever is coming to this position will need time to figure out timing between one employment opportunity and the next one as well. So we recognize there is a little gap there. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, council, for your confidence in me. I will do my best to support council and the leadership team and all of administration through this period, and looking forward to the new CAO. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you for that. That takes us to item 10.1, the CAO report. Mr. Emmons, this is your last report here in front of us council guys.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So the April 13th, 2021 CAO report. The first item is the Alberta government launched the coal policy engagement website to gather Albertans' input on a long-term approach to coal development. Albertans are encouraged to complete the survey, which is attached. The survey will be open until April 19th. The Coal Policy Committee will provide the final report to the Minister on November 15th, 2021. The second item, the Alberta Energy Regulator has released an updated version of Directive 067, Eligibility requirements for acquiring and holding energy licenses and approvals. The AER has issued a bulletin summarizing the changes. The most significant change to Directive 67 is found in section 4.5 of the directive. The revised version adds the following new factor that the AER can now consider when determining whether an applicant poses an unreasonable risk if they are granted an energy development license. Outstanding debts owed for municipal taxes, surface lease payments, or public land disposition fees or rental payments by the applicant, leasee, or approval holder, or by the current or formal AER licensees or approval holders that are directly or indirectly associated or affiliated with the applicant, licensee, or approval holder, or its directors, officers, or shareholders. The third item, the Alberta Community Crime Prevention Association 2021 virtual conference taking place May 12th and 13th is open for registrations. Pre-conference workshops are scheduled for May 10th and 11th. Fourth, the attached Government of Alberta Bulletin is an update on the Justice Transformation Initiative, the JTI. And the fifth item, Environment of Parks Minister Jason Nixon plans to introduce new legislation to implement a $30 annual fee for random camping on public lands. Most of Clearwater County lies within the Bighorn Backcountry public land use zones, which is used for a variety of outdoor recreation activities, including random camping. Over the last 20 years, Clearwater County Council lobbied for effective management of public lands to include increased infrastructure such as washrooms, signage, garbage facilities, improved trail maintenance, increased education and enforcement, and user pay funding, as well as means to sustainable support recreation activities on public lands. And attached is that information item. And finally, number 6, the local official honored for leadership is our own Tracy Lynn Haight, who is recognized as a leader in modern governance. The Diligent Corporation announced the honorees in the inaugural Modern Governance 100 Community Boards, a program dedicated to the recognition of community governance leaders who are committed to driving positive organizational change. In a year unprecedented in these challenges, the program shines a light on publicly elected councils and the professionals that support them. These community leaders have demonstrated resilience, dedication, and empathy in the face of complex and challenging times when good governance matters the most. So I would like to acknowledge our own Tracy Lynn Haight as the successor of that award.
Well done.
And that is my report.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you, Council. I just want to say that it's an honor to be named to this group, and I truly appreciate being recognized by my peers. And I just want to say that I wouldn't have been able to accomplish what I've done without the support and the faith of Rick Emmons, CAO, and Murray Hagan, and the leadership team as a whole. So thank you.
Rick, Tracy Lynn, Murray, the fact that this is sitting for all of us to see and your peers to recognize that reminds me that cream always does rise to the top. Well done. So, with regard to the CAO report, are we having the link to the survey for the coal policy engagement put on our website so people can find it, click it, and go to it?
I believe it is Reeve Laird, but we will double check and ensure, but I believe it has already been put up there.
All right. I will say on your point number 2, the fact that we have Directive 67 coming forward is a positive step forward for collection of outstanding oil and gas taxes. I'm hopeful that we will see that come to some sort of fruit. It's, as I said, a positive step forward. And then point number 5, Bill 64 was tabled yesterday at the legislature, and my understanding is they are moving forward with that. I know Councillor Duncan has something to that effect in his report, and I will leave it for him to further chat about, and I'll leave it at that. Are there any questions or comments with regard to the CAO report? You're getting off easy. That takes us to the Public Works report, 10.2. Any questions or comments for Public Works? Councillor Hoven?
Comment on the increased use at all the landfill transfer sites?
Sure. So there's definitely been an increase in the disposal of solid waste and recyclables. We're definitely seeing that. In particular, as indicated in the Public Works report, the Lesaville, Crossroads, Caroline, along with the Cramond, Cow Lake, and Everdale waste transfer stations have seen significant increases. An example of one is on Sunday, April 11th at the Caroline transfer station. We saw 208 individuals in 4 hours. Typically in the past it was closer to 100 to 125. The central station is seeing quite a number of individuals there as well, and we associate this with the closure of the Rocky transfer station. So that's quite busy. The disposal of cardboard and recyclables has gone up as well. Exactly what amount, we're just working through the numbers right now, and our intention is for both Reed and I to present council with a quarterly report here in come May on some of those numbers. So definite increase.
Supplemental?
No, thank you.
Other questions or comments with regard to Public Works report? Councillor Swanson?
This is a personal issue. When I went to the central site, little shorty me has a little bit of a problem getting into some of those bins. So I don't know if it's something there. I know you guys are trying, but I mean, it's just a little bit hard even, I'll say, in particular, it was in the mixed paper bin, just to get my particular, into that bin. It was a little trying, so.
We appreciate the comment, Councillor Swanson. We have heard that from a number of other vertically challenged individuals. So we are working on providing a solution with that, whether that be stairs or so on. Even my wife made that comment to myself as well. So it is in the books to be rectified. Yes. I know it's a priority. Yeah.
Very well. It sounds like some stairs or a booster step or something is on its way. That's
a little
great.
trampoline. Just
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I was just going to pop you an email, but I think because it's sort of my residence that probably use it the most, I've heard that quite a bit. So I was going to pop into your office and tell you that or send you an email, but it sounds like you're aware of it.
I know in your report that you're saying disposal of used oil has come to the surface as well, pardon the pun. But that we're currently waiting on some approvals from Alberta Environment and Parks and getting the necessary equipment in place for May. Is that still the date we're aiming at?
Yes, right now. There's nothing otherwise to indicate that, but so we're still planning, and we foresee early May to have that set up. Like I said, we've heard nothing otherwise to indicate that we can't meet that deadline. And if any changes should occur, we'll bring that up in the Public Works report and keep both council and the public informed as to its status.
Councillor Swanson.
Different topic, and I realize that the Director of Infrastructure is not here, but maybe pass along this question. So I see that we have another group coming in to do the second phase 2 in regards to the commercial historic. After this phase 2, is there another phase, or are we ready to go to be ready to start selling the, or do we need, tell me what comes after phase 2, I guess that's my question.
If you don't mind, thank you for the question, Councillor Swanson. So, indeed, there is a phase 3 and a phase 4. According to council's historic direction, it's always development driven. So there are no dates attached to those phases. Administration is quite comfortable once completed the phase 2 to actually allow Nordegg to sell and catch up, so to speak. Council's direction has always been Nordegg needs to pay for the development of Nordegg. Administration truly feels with the construction of the mobile home park, with phase 1, which is more the high-end residential, and of course the acreage is on the north side, and now a commercial core, there's enough variety for a decent attraction out there. The historic concern for us was we're looking at too selective of a buyer. I do think that Nordegg could see a pause, so to speak, and see some sales happen and replenish that pot before engaging phase 3. That would be my humble suggestion. But going forward, that's where Nordegg's at. So there is a phase 3, and it kind of, to paint the picture, the current phase 2, the historic core, wrap around the curve up towards the old staff houses, it takes in that section. You're welcome.
Councillor Lang?
I know I'm jumping ahead, but what's phase 4?
Phase 4 encapsulates the mobile homes down around the museum, Councillor Lang. So it's that lower terrace at the bottom of the hill of phase 1.
Yes, that's what we're doing. We're testing you today. With regard to base pave, on point number 7, River Road intersection, that WSP is currently working on detailed design for intersection improvements for Highway 11A and River Road. Any more to that update? That sounds like actually a very positive process forward. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So yes, Mr. Hansen is working hard on that file. He is working with the town of Rocky and the landowner in that corner, which is Husky, and sorting out some approach issues as well as the intersectional improvement. But that file is going in a positive direction. The town of Rocky is assisting Clearwater County, and we are assisting them. It's actually a very positive partnership going forward. We hope to see that road improved in the very near future with not only the town of Rocky and Clearwater County partnering well on that, but the provincial government as well. So,
Are we thinking we're gonna have construction for 2021, or is that a little further out?
not that positively.
Oh, not that positive. Okay, thank you. Well, it's still progress, and that's what matters. Any other comments or questions with regard to the Public Works report? There we go. Thank you, Mr. Magnus. That takes us to council reports. I'm going to start with Councillor Duncan. Do you have, I know you sent us a report. Would you like to hit some highlights on that one?
Yes, I did send a report, and the Rural Education Forum was just basically Drayton Valley and Brazeau County up there informing the general public on things they're doing, which are not unlike what we do here with Rocky Community Learning Council and our affiliation with Red Deer College and Olds College. So everybody's looking for ways, especially within a virtual world, to continue education and keep kids at home as long as possible there. The Diamond Willow developments, we did have a presentation here at our council or a workshop in the past on that, and I was able to stop in for a little bit more information. They're excited to try and move forward with this. I don't think there was maybe a clear understanding of the development permit process for that and how a change in the housing there may necessitate a change in a development permit, but they are working through that and will probably be contacting our planning department to find out the best way forward to try and move some of these initiatives forward that would integrate some multi-generational housing into the community, which is probably quite sorely needed in many areas. The camping fees on public lands has been touched on, and I have included an additional link which provides the survey results from that survey we were asked to fill in a month or two ago on backcountry use. It is I would like to note that the fees, which is $20 for a 3-day pass or $30 for an annual pass, is at per person 18 years of age or over. So it's basically like buying a fishing license. You'll be going online to that same spot. You buy a fishing license and getting your little card to keep in your wallet that shows you've paid for that camping pass. And looking for implementation June 1st, 2021. So coming very quickly to a computer near you, hopefully. So there will be a large, and I've talked to them a little bit about the phase in for this. There's going to be some education required. It's not like they're going to be starting the May long weekend. There will be people out there handing out the pamphlets and talking to people and saying, next time we see you in June, you need to have this pass and that sort of thing. And I'm assuming that, I have no idea what the penalties are, but there's going to be a bit of a grace period as well moving into June probably to before things are really enforced, but a learning curve for the public. The only one I neglected to put on here was rec board. Just a couple of points there. One of the arenas, the ice was left in until, I believe it'll be left until April 24th, just to provide minor hockey with some ability to get some more ice time. Although again, that's not games, that is only skill development, and they're limited to a coach plus 9 players on the ice at one time. So trying to extend that season and not have these kids fall further behind than they already are in terms of player development for their minor hockey careers. The pool is open a bit, I guess to say the least. It's for family type activities at a reduced rate. So, it's not like you're paying the same rate as if you're renting the whole pool, but because that's out of the reach of most families. I think it's somewhere in the order of $35 an hour or something for a family group, just to be COVID safe there, but not any opportunity for the mixed public lane swims or anything like that yet. So pool is generally closed. Last point on rec board is that we hope to dust off the old recreational master plan this year and have a bit of a strategic planning session. It's been quite a while since that was looked at. And basically that would look at some of the ideas that are out there for future capital projects or additions to existing ones, and to move recreation forward in our community. If any counselors have any ideas or getting feedback from the community on activities or projects that would benefit recreation, pass them on to myself, and I can bring them forward to a strategic planning session there. I know things that we would talk about would be things like a pump track to complement the skateboard park, or maybe a development of more stuff along the river in terms of trails and park areas and things like that. So anyway, if anything comes to mind, please let me know about that. But, that's my report. Thank you.
I actually do have a question. Was there any discussion about future change rooms or washrooms for the spray park?
The bathroom there is going to be there. The change rooms were supposed to be a second story on that structure. It's basically been shell for now. I think as being too expensive and not enough community driven there yet. So I think, as with a lot of projects that we look at in Clearwater County, if there's and this refers even back to the recreation master plans, that most of these items require a community driver of some sort. People out there willing to champion this cause, because it always takes a partnership, especially for things like CFIP applications, where you need somebody other than a municipality applying for some of these grants. So at this time, no, it's not. I'm not sure if it's on the capital, the 10-year capital plan anymore, but nothing in the immediate future for change rooms. And when I'm saying change rooms, I'm talking about the bigger ones for football teams. It's a little bit out of the reach for that building, I think, at this point, to provide that amount of space for that big a group for a change room. There was talk of, right now they use the Christensen Wellness Center complex. That's not without its drawbacks in terms of cleats on the floors and that sort of things. We did discuss at the last rec board meetings, but the potential of using something like the Loose Oppet Center, or there's some change rooms, fairly large ones back there associated with the stages, but again, there's issues there to overcome with cleats and floor types and that sort of thing as well. So as for change rooms like for people at the spray park, I'm not sure. I think the bathrooms are going in, but I would have to get back to you on if there's associated change rooms. I don't know if Michelle remembers anything. I don't think there is much there available for that.
I think the last I heard was washrooms were gonna be portable in nature for that.
No, there should, deep utilities are in. There will be new bathrooms going in there to replace those ones that are existing on the north side of Loose Oppet, I believe.
Okay, well, we'll see.
But it's just a one-story building with the washrooms, and because there needs to be a room there for water source, right, for the pump for the spray park there. That's part of the same building, right? So
There already is
there,
a
that
pump
one there,
and
right,
stuff there, isn't there?
Yes, that's right, because the spray park was operational for.
But that's not a
Fees.
washroom in there.
No.
I knew last year they had portable potties or whatever it is.
Okay, I will have to check back on that for you.
Yeah. I can well imagine, the sensitivity with little guys learning and getting dressed and things like that, yeah. Any rate, thank you for that. That was just more curiosity than anything. Anything else with regard to your report, Councillor Duncan?
No.
Questions? No? Councillor Swanson?
Was there ever any talk about, and I'm talking specifically about your conversation with Jamie Bruda, of a possibility of, people are going out, they're trying to get their random camping fee, of a kiosk someplace that they could, I'm thinking in the museum or something like that, that they get out that far and, oh man, I forgot, but I don't have connectivity on my phone, but I want to be able to buy a pass.
There are opportunities right now. There are places that are approved for the Realm, it's called. That's
Yeah.
the provincial outlet for hunting and fishing licenses. And typically, I think those were like, not 7-Elevens, but there's one in Rocky, I think at the Red Basket or something. Anyway, there's various places. Yes, I would assume any place that you can get a Realm, you could get this camping pass. So if anybody in Nordegg is certified for that, then there would be a spot there, for example. Otherwise, yeah, right, you need power. You don't have to get too far out there that you're not gonna have the power or the, to set up a kiosk for anything like that. Typically, people will, things these days are allowed, like a picture of it on your phone will suffice to an officer if he's on patrol. So hopefully as the education process continues, but there's certainly gonna be lots of education out there on the kiosk. There'll be signage and there is some new rules going into effect, like no more will people be allowed to drive on those dry lake beds at Bighorn Dam, right? You cannot drive out there for any reason or camp out there, that sort of thing. Those are going into effect with enforcement this year. So again, there's gonna be a learning curve and signage posted out there as well.
All right, is that being shared with the David Thompson Tourism Group?
Shared.
Like, how are they able to, help in the messaging around this as well? And
I'm not sure, like, I sent that email to council, I didn't hear back from anybody. Jamie chimed in a little bit there on that one. There was no joint communications. I know that CEO Emmons sent a reply back to Jamie Brujo as well, but I don't know if we did not do anything joint in terms of a release or discuss anything in terms of how this is gonna roll out. I don't know if he has anything more to say on that
Mr.
or not.
Emmons?
I can follow up on that administratively. That email you're talking about, Councillor Duncan, was shared with the leadership team as well, which would include planning, and of course our EDO is within that department, so I would hope it transitioned through, but I can follow up and make sure it actually fell into the right hands.
You know, our CPOs will be involved in this, so there'll be, at the very least, there's gonna be that aspect of it, and you know, information is going out there. There's multiple lists that all of us are on, and I'm sure Jerry Pratt is on multiple lists as well, and is well aware of these changes. I don't think it's gonna be unknown to these groups. It's probably up to them, maybe, unless the province chooses to roll this out with some joint initiatives with different groups that they're not brought forward yet. So we could see something in the future on that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? No? Councillor Lougheed? Councillor report?
Nothing to report at this time.
Councillor Vandermeer?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Sorry, Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, nothing to report.
Okay, I might have some Cape questions, but that's okay, we'll come back. Councillor Lang?
So I'm just gonna talk a little bit on one of the correspondence reports, and that's the Rocky Community Learning Council. And it's in our package, but they've just received in January a letter from the provincial government that they're now gonna be charged rent for their space. They have not been charged rent in the past. And this rent, I believe, if they stay where they are, could be up to $84,000 a year. So basically that takes away their operating grants. So they are in the process of looking for a new location. They right now rent about 1,700 square feet. The policy that came forward it's called the non-government user space policy. And what they're looking for full cost recovery, the provincial government, and we'll be charging the Adult Learning Community Center $100.90 per square meter, I believe is what it is. So that is a real hit for them. They cannot afford to stay where they are, and they do need quite a bit of space for their operations. So basically what's happening is the grant that they get from Alberta Advanced Education is going to be going right back to the government. So there's a letter in our package.
I actually have a question for admin, and it's my understanding that this would be an Alberta government tax exempt property for the town. But if they're charging rent now, do they still qualify? Mr. Emmons?
If that was a municipal building, you'd be exactly right, Reeve Laird. This is a provincial building.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure that there was a distinction there, but clearly there is. Okay.
This also affects any adult learning centers in Alberta. It's not just this one, and it may cause the closure of some of them. And this is a very busy learning center. They put on dozens of programs every year, and I've taken several of their courses. So it's really too bad.
We certainly have a number of buildings in the community that I could well imagine could be retrofitted to help this organization. So perhaps there's other opportunities. Councillor Duncan.
Just a question for Councillor Lang. I forget what their revenue sources are other than this grant. It's just the course fees that they charge, or is there other revenue sources that they have?
There's two, kelp and, sorry, I've just lost the name of the other one, but
So
there's
KELP is a
two.
grant program?
Yeah,
or-
yeah. Oh, and they get revenue from their students,
Yeah,
that,
from
and
course
writing
fees.
exams. If you take an exam through Red Deer College, Athabasca University, you can, go in there, they're the proctor for writing exams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no other questions for Councillor Lang, we'll move on to Councillor Hoven.
There we go. Last week, we had the Airport Commission meeting. The commission voted to reinstate aerobatics below 2,000 feet immediately, so that was some good news for the aerobatics community and many of the hangar owners out at the airport. There was also discussion on the airport terminal. The commission could not come to a consensus on which proposal for the terminal should be going forward to the council, so that is, I don't think it's paused, but the commission will be discussing that at the next meeting. Crime Watch held their AGM last week or 2 weeks ago and was able to have their meeting and get a new board of directors installed, or a couple new board of directors installed, all before the latest lockdown. The Caroline Library is now closed to the public with the latest restrictions, but they do continue to offer curbside pickup for residents. It's frustrating for the residents, but they're doing the best they can. And on a personal note, Mr. Emmons, it's been a pleasure to work with you. So best of luck.
Any questions for Councillor Hoven? Just a point of clarity with regard to the Airport Commission meeting. I think we revert back to the October 19th, 2020 motion where it's on the terminal, but I think that'll still need to be clarified at the commission level. That was sort of my own takeaway from that, but hopefully we can find a path forward on that. I'm quite confident we will. Councillor Swanson?
Yes, so the next day after our last council meeting, I participated in the Alberta Rural Connectivity Coalition Day 2. Tracy Lynn has forwarded the YouTube links to that, and I will just highlight a few things, but if I would recommend to council that you go to Day 2 and listen to Paul McLaughlin's half-an-hour address. It was very, very poignant, and he talked about how each of the regions of our rural districts, actually, because they were working with CIRA, the Canadian Internet Registration Association, in regards to speed tests. And he kind of talks about how each region and the speed tests in that regard. So it was very good. There's day one was multiple different panels talking about individual projects like the town of Viking, town of Vermilion, Sturgeon County. That was more on the day one situation. You can go back and listen to it. I listened to it, but that was afterwards. But my day there, also after Paul McLaughlin, there is I'm not sure it's right after the one after it, talked about low Aberdeen satellites. There was a panel discussion about Starlink, Telsat. Michelle Beck from Telsat was speaking about that. They're still 2 years out, Telsat. So that was a little bit frustrating for me to listen to, but that is what it is. Very good in regards to, they said, as soon as you build it, start looking to build the next technology that's coming. So like the comment about satellite it wasn't prominent in anybody's, especially the low orbit ones, wasn't prominent in the last 3 years, but it has leapfrogged. So, and nobody really had a indication as how, other than that the beta testing has been exceptional. They have no idea. It's a rural-based solution, and they don't have any idea of how it would work in an urban setting. So they're not recommending it for an urban setting, they're recommending it for a rural setting. We got to meet and listen to the new CRTC Board Director for Alberta Northwest Territories, and Sibera Director Dr. Barb Kara interviewed MP Guthrie Hutchings, probably butchered her name. She's a parliamentary secretary of government, and she's out at Newfoundland, and it was very interesting to listen to her uptake, or her conversation, because the day before was the Roger Shaw announcement, and she was saying that that was still gonna be a year in the process of where that was gonna lead us. So after that day, I participated also with Councillor Duncan on that rural education, the CEO recruitment, and I also, last week, I was on our own Clearwater County Tourism Forum, of which there was 27 people registered for that. Some of it was the national parks, Alberta Fish and Game, and a few Travel Alberta. Councillor Hoven was on that one as well. But everybody that was on kind of gave how they were dealing with COVID last year and how they're going to be dealing with COVID going forward. Was, in my opinion, very, very informal. And there was a few new people on there that were going to try and kick off their business, I guess, their tourism business. So, and that's it for me.
Any questions for Councillor Swanson? All right, seeing none, I sent you my written report yesterday early afternoon. Some of the highlights, Rocky Library, prior to this additional lockdown where we were doing additional in-service, we're now back to curbside pickup and some virtual programming. We've had 2 negotiation committee meetings, and we are forging forward with our various solid waste agreements, and that's looking very positive. And I'm just, and you've already had a few highlights with regard to our airport commission meeting. It was live streamed, so I imagine if you wanted to see it, if you didn't tune in, you can probably go find the copy or YouTube video and watch it. And there was a lot to do that day, and we got a lot done. So the only other thing that I did that was kind of a little bit different, I attended the Mayors and Reeves Town Hall meeting with regard to the COVID vaccination process, and I'm quite confident everybody's kind of up to speed from the various announcements about the next level of vaccinations. And there was, again, reassurances about the AstraZeneca vaccine. And I'll leave it at that. That's the provincial side of things. Other than that, if you've got questions, by all means, ask away. All right, the only one that I was curious about, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, I know that you didn't have anything to report, but how about CAPE? You're usually quite busy with that.
Well, I have been quite busy on that, and we did have a directors meeting on the 31st of March. As you know, we have 2 major projects ongoing at CAPE. One being the Connections Corridor, which is a major corridor link for Central Alberta, and the other being our broadband task force. We also have quite a number of other smaller initiatives on the go, and a lot of this work has to be done virtually, of course, at this point in time. So communications and the general thrust of economic development, it's more difficult to do the communications necessary during these times, but we are progressing satisfactorily at this point in time. We have a strong board in Central Alberta in the CAPE organization. And we're working, particularly on the major project, we're working on financing going forward for that, plus working on Indigenous relations in particular for that particular project. So it's ongoing. I spend quite a bit of time on that, and of course, we will look forward to Rocky Mountain House coming back and joining the CAPE organization hopefully shortly. That would be a very good boost to I think the region and to the projects that CAPE is engaged in. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we wrap up reports, I was very happy to open the Western Star on March the 24th. And while we couldn't celebrate the way we normally would for our Farm Family Awards, congratulations to Bob and Billy McNutt on your Clearwater County Century Farm Award. Congratulations to the, I'm hoping I don't butcher this, Sinker family. I'll say clan, it says clan in here, on your Century, Clearwater County Century Farm Award. And congratulations to the Environmental Stewardship, for the Environmental Stewardship Award for 2020 to the Reeve family. Congratulations to all. I'm looking forward to the day when we can get together and break bread and celebrate this properly. But happy to see great news in our local paper, so that, or one of our local papers. I believe it was in the Mountaineer as well, so well done. Looking for somebody to motion to accept the reports as presented. Councillor Duncan, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. That brings us to item number 11, and that's 11.1 through 11.6. Mr. Evans, it's correspondence.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Would you like me to go through them individually, or is there one, any in particular that council would like me to focus on?
Well, the first one is the letter we sent the Premier with regard to our concerns with regard to coal policy and development. The second one, as I recall, is CTA's request to lower taxes, and we've had a little discussion on that already with regard to our taxes. If there's something more, we can certainly talk about that. The third one was Parkland Regional Library notification about invoicing and population, and there's some information that comes with it as I see. Flipping through. And then we have the fourth one was Rimbey RCMP Detachment Community Policing Report. And then RCMP policing report from the Rocky Detachment is 5. Anything in there that anybody would like to further discuss? Not so far. And the last one, Councillor Lang brought forward a moment ago explaining our concerns and the concerns from Rocky Learning Council with regard to upcoming rent, by the sounds of it. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Councillor Lang?
Yeah, I just looked this up, and if I have it correct, their annual budget is around $214,000 a year with their grants that come in. So if not paying rent and all of a sudden they have to dish out about $84,000, that's a significant amount.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Just a question on that, Councillor Lang. Have they looked at other properties in the town, and would there be properties that would cost them a lot less than what the province is asking in this case?
They, at the last meeting, they set up a committee. I'm not on that committee, but they will be looking at other properties.
Supplemental?
The next board meeting is this Thursday, so I hope to learn more.
Well, we look forward to hearing how we can best assist this group. They are vital in our community, and we certainly wouldn't want to see, to lose that service. It's also my understanding that our executive director is changing out as well. Perhaps Councillor Lang, you'd like to comment on that?
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. Mona Crocker is retiring. So we're losing two long-time people here this week. Jana, well, actually, I think Mona's leaving next week. They have a replacement, Jana Thompson? Yeah, her last name escaped me. That will be starting right away. Jana's very familiar with the organization. She's been around there for quite a while, so she will be a really good fit, and I have every confidence that she will be able to take up the reins from Mona in a very constructive way.
Thank you for that, and we wish Mona Crocker all the very best in her next chapter for retirement. A well-deserved retirement from a well-deserved individual. So looking for somebody to motion to accept the correspondence as presented. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. That brings us up to notices of motion, if there are any. Councillor Lang, I see your light is on.
I'm sorry.
Not today. I'm going to give that the 1, 2, 3 count, and that means that it looks like we have none for today. We'll move on to closed session. I'm looking for a motion to go in camera. Councillor Swanson, all in favor? That is carried 7-0 at 3:03. All right. We're back at 4:26 on April 13th from a closed in-camera session. As normal, my closing remarks prior to adjournment. Like to thank our administration for your continued efforts and support. To all of those watching, you can find today's council meeting highlights and videos posted on our website. And by way of reminder, our next regular council meeting is scheduled for April the 27th, 2021. We continue to recognize that COVID-19 continues to challenge our community. Please take appropriate precautions and stay safe. Today is Mr. Emmons' last official council day and your last official council meeting. As you retire at the end of this week, we want to take time to wish you luck in your future endeavors, Rick. Rick has been with the county for over 37 years, and I think I've got that number correct. You will correct me if I'm wrong. And he's been an exemplary employee, working his way from the trench to the top, and that's quite literally the trench to the top. His work ethic and loyalty to the county have been an inspiration for all who have been fortunate enough to work with him and call him friend. Rick, there is plenty of tread on your tires. So we are looking forward to seeing what you decide to put your hand to next, besides farming, which we know you're going to do. We understand it's calving season for you on the farm, so we won't imagine you'll be anything short of things to do in the near future. Just know our door is always going to be open and the coffee pot will be on. And also know, anytime that urge comes over to figure out and check up on us, that door is going to be open for you. Leadership is about making others better because of your presence and making sure that impact lasts in your absence. Rick, please know that you have left an amazing legacy. Never forget the difference you have made here at Clearwater County. You have changed our world because you have touched so many lives. You truly have. They say that retirement is when you stop living at work and start working at living, and we truly wish that for you. We wish you and Bev all the very best in your next chapter. Congratulations on your retirement, Rick. You will be missed by absolutely everybody here. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you all. I'd like to thank this council for giving me a tremendous opportunity. It has been truly a dream. It has been 37 years, and I did start out literally in the trenches and work my way up, which was humbling in itself. It gave me a true appreciation for the services that our crews provide and the importance of that. And how it, as administration, when I was a very young man, called the individuals in this room just those suits, how truly we are needed to support the people that do provide the service to our residences. And that perspective, I think, is one I'll never forget. So I truly thank this council. I really appreciate everything you've done for me and provided. And yeah, I can't say I'm looking forward to calving season, but it's coming. I'll phone Tim and Jim, they can help. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Rick. So looking for a motion to adjourn the meeting at 4:30. Councillor Duncan, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you.